Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to our central staff, employees who do exceptional work behind the scenes. Good morning to our testifiers, and a special good morning to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I'm Senator Milton E. Potter, President of the 36th Legislature. The Committee of the Whole meeting of Monday, February 23rd, 2026 is hereby called to order. Colleagues, today we will be addressing two items of significant interest to the people of the Virgin Islands. In our first block, we will take up Bill number 36-0235, which concerns the ratification of the governor's approval of a major coastal zone permit granted to Anquet, Inc. We will hear from the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, as well as from the permit applicants and their legal counsel. In our second block, we will take up Bill number 36-0228, which proposes the establishment of the Virgin Islands Health Data Utility, a significant step towards modernizing how health information is shared across our territory's healthcare system. We will hear from a broad group of invited testifiers representing government agencies, healthcare providers, our federally qualified health centers, the Health Information Exchange vendor, and community organizations including AARP USVI. Colleagues, I'd like to take a moment to thank Principal Skelton of the Joseph Gomez Elementary School and the teachers from that institution, as well as the students, for welcoming us last week for our 5th year to read to these bright, curious, and spirited students for their special Black History Month event. Their energy, their laughter, and their eagerness to learn reminded me of why we serve, and more importantly, who we serve. As we wind down Black History Month and reflect on the extraordinary legacy of those who came before us, we are filled with tremendous hope for the future of the U.S. Virgin Islands. The next generation of leaders, innovators, and change makers is sitting in classrooms across our territory. To our students, you are brilliant, you are capable, and the Virgin Islands needs everything you have to offer. Dream big, work hard, and never forget the rich heritage that lives within you. Madam Clerk, can we please have a roll call?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, absent. Senator Hubert L. Frederick.
Present. That's what he said.
Senator Frederick, present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, absent. Senator Maurice C. James.
I am here.
Senator James, present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Here.
Senator Johnson, present. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Present. Senator Joseph, present. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.
Present.
Senator Joseph Sr., present. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, present. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Here.
Senator Potter, present. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, present. Mr. Chair, we have 11 present, 4 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We have a quorum, and we are therefore prepared to proceed. Madam Clerk, are there any pieces of correspondence to be read into the record at this time?
Yes, Mr. Yes, Mr. Chair.
We have a microphone issue, a minor microphone issue.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Can you please proceed?
Dear President Potter, please be advised that due to unforeseen scheduling circumstances, I will be unable to attend today's Committee of the Whole hearing in person. I will also be arriving late. However, I will be available to participate virtually and will remain fully engaged as the body receives testimony on Bill number 36-235 and Bill number 36-228. I appreciate your understanding and courtesy. Respectfully, the Honorable Angel Bolquez Jr.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, can you please read today's official agenda into the record?
Consideration.
Before you do that, sorry, Madam Clerk, please record Senator Bolquez as excused. Thank you. Yes, you may proceed with the agenda. Thank you.
Consideration of floor agenda. The 36th legislature will convene in a committee of the whole to receive testimony on the following. Block number 1, Bill number 36-235, an act ratifying the Governor of the Virgin Islands' approval of Major Coastal Zone Permit number CZT-09-22W granted to Anquet, Inc. Invited testifiers are the Honorable Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner of the Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Mr. William Kittel, Ms. Patricia Kittel, and Adrian Dudley, partner of Dudley Rich LLP. Block number 2, Bill number 36-228, an act amending Title 19 Virgin Islands Code by adding a Chapter 39 establishing the Virgin Islands Health Data Utility, which will advance data sharing infrastructure, simplifies reporting, enhances data visualization, and improves traditional clinical data exchange across individual practice and institutional health settings and social service organizations. Invited testifiers are the Honorable Justa Encarnacion, RN, BSN, MBA, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Health, Michelle Francis, Director of the Office of Health IT, Tasia Philip Dorset, Assistant Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services, Gary Smith, Director of Medicaid, Dr. Frank Odlum, President of the Virgin Islands Medical Board, Dr. Tess Richards, Interim CEO of the St. Thomas East End Medical Center, Craig Bem, CEO of CRISP Shared Services, Health Information Exchange Vendor, Troy Schuster, CEO of AARP USVI, Pamela Toussaint Everett, Director of the AARP USVI, Dr. Siri Akal, CEO of the Red Hook Medical Center, and Darlene A. Baptist, CEO of Juan F. Lewis Hospital. This concludes the reading.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. At this time, we'll ask everyone in the chambers to please silence your cell phones just to avoid any distractions or interruptions. As president of the body, I chair the Committee of the Whole. As a reminder, there are no votes taken in the Committee of the Whole. Instead, the committee will receive testimony from pertinent GVI representatives and other interested stakeholders. Testifiers, once again, welcome. And I'm going to ask you to please put your names and titles on the record, beginning from my right, Mr. Hebert. Tell us your name and your title.
Good morning. Marlon Hibbert, Director of the Division of Coastal Zone Management within the Department of Planning and Natural Resources.
William Kittel, Secretary Treasurer of Anquet, Inc.
Morning.
Patricia Kittel, Vice President of Anquet, Inc.
Morning.
Adrian J. Dudley, Esquire, Counsel for Anquet, Inc.
Thank you very much. We are going to proceed with our testimony. Mr. Hebert, you may proceed.
Good day, Senate President Milton E. Potter, other members of the 36th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, legislative staff, and members of the viewing and listening public. My name is Marlon Hibbert, and I am the Director for the Division of Coastal Zone Management in the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Today, we are present seeking ratification of the following CZM permit. Major CZM permit number CZT 09-22W, issued to Anquet Inc. If ratified, this permit allows for the continued use and occupancy of submerged lands seaward of parcel number 62, Estate Honduras, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, consisting of 2 fixed piers, 38 feet by 8 feet wide and 35 feet by 8 feet wide, 2 docks, 118 feet by 8 feet each, and 2 T-docks, 72 feet by 8 feet, respectively. No alterations to the existing docks are proposed. The total area of submerged lands covered under this permit is 32,375 square feet, or approximately 7.4 acres. A rental fee of $9,000 for years 1 to 3, $10,000 in year 4, $11,000 in year 5, and $14,000 in years 6 to 10, payable annually in advance, shall be charged for the continued use and occupancy of structures existing on submerged lands. Upon the 10th and 15th anniversary of the permit, the rental fees are to be renegotiated. The term of the permit is 20 years. The Commissioner of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources has deemed that the permit listed above meets the goals and policies of the VI Code, Title 12, Chapter 21. Therefore, we respectfully request your ratification of this permit pursuant to Title 12 Virgin Islands Code, Section 911E. This concludes our testimony on behalf of the Department and the Division, and we are available to answer questions as best as we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hibbert. Senator Blyden, you may proceed with your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to correct the record. Mr. Huber said 7.4 acres. It's 0.7.
0.74.
Correct, but you said 7.4, so it was an error. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That's a big difference, right?
Correct.
Big difference.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Senator Blyden.
Thank
you. Our next testifier may proceed.
Yes.
William, oh, you go.
Good morning.
Attorney
My
Dudley.
name is Adrian J. Dudley, Esquire, and I'm testifying on behalf of Anquet Inc. Good morning, Senate President Potter, Senate staff, all senators present, and the listening and viewing audience. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on behalf of my client, Anquet Inc. I have been representing Anquet Inc. for several years now, and it is a locally owned business located in Frenchtown, St. Thomas. With me today is Patricia Cattell, the Vice President of Anquet Inc., and William Billy Cattell, the Secretary Treasurer of Anquet Inc. Anquet owns and operates the existing structures on the submerged land described by CZM Director Marlon Hibbert. As he said, the property consists of 2 fixed piers, 2 docks, and 2 T-docks, totaling 872 square feet. The property lies seaward, of parcel 62, Estate Honduras in St. Thomas. This renewal application was filed on September 1, 2022. Anquet has been operated by the Cattell family since 1987. The real property at Estate Honduras, of which parcel 62 is a part, has been owned by the Cattell family since 1939. William A. Cattell, known as Bill, operated the marina for decades, contributing to the local economy and marine community of St. Thomas. A few years ago, Mr. Cattell suffered from continuing health issues and then, unfortunately, a stroke. As a result, he and his wife Eleanor relocated to Florida. I'm sorry? Margaret, I'm sorry. His wife Margaret relocated to Florida for necessary health care in an assisted living facility. Their children, Patricia and William Billy Cattell, returned to the Virgin Islands to run the family business. Anquet has historically invested substantial funds in repairs to the dock. In 1989, the dock was rebuilt after Hurricane Hugo. In 1995, after Hurricane Marilyn, and in 1996, after Hurricane Bertha. Anquet's property includes the Frenchtown Marina, a dock and submerged land. The total area of the dock, including the submerged land, is, as pointed out by Director Hibbert, 32,375 square feet. Currently, Anquet has one marina tenant, Waypoints Yacht Charters, USVI. Waypoints has installed approximately 12 mooring balls in the submerged area. Anquet requires this renewed permit to continue operating the marina and generating the revenue to support the permit and continue to operate. Ratification of this permit is critical. Without it, this historic family-owned marina cannot continue to operate and continue to contribute to the local economy and the marine community. Senators, we respectfully request your approval of Bill number 360235, ratifying the governor's approval of this major coastal zone marina permit number CZT-09-22W, allowing Anquet Inc. to continue the use and occupancy of the Frenchtown Marina. Thank you for your attention. The Cattells and I are available to answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Attorney Dudley. Before we proceed with our 4-minute round, I really wanted to recognize two outstanding young ladies who are part of the 2026 shadowing program at CAHS. The alumni class of 1991, represented by our very own Ataya Munoz, will be the person whose care they will be in for today. So I want to introduce you to Tierra Ford. Tierra, morning, welcome, Ms. Ford. And Ashana Hale. I got it right? Ashana Hale. Welcome, young ladies. Young people are definitely our future. We are desperately in need of court reporters and stenographers, so I hope that we will be seeing you here in this institution probably in the next 2 years. And the salary is pretty good. It is. Thank you very much, ladies, and welcome. Colleagues, we're going to move to a four-minute round. Before I turn it over to my colleagues, I wanted to ask Attorney Dudley or the proprietors of Waypoints Yacht. Okay, Waypoints Yacht is paying rent, and does it cover operating costs plus the permit fees?
No, it does not. I'll refer that question to Ms. Patricia Cattell.
Okay.
Their Patricia Cattell, I'm sorry. Their rental is does not cover that permit fee. That's something that Anquet pays exclusively.
Okay. Now I notice you have one marina tenant.
Correct. That's all. They would lease the whole marina.
Okay. So how financially sustainable is is the operation with one tenant?
It's not fantastic. We kind of inherited this tenant, and they have another 5 years with an option to renew for 5. At that point, we would be able to renegotiate. They purchased the marina that was there prior, CYOA yacht charters.
Okay.
And there was an existing clause in that lease that we had to keep that rate going.
Okay.
And that was prior to us being here.
Understood.
Yeah.
Thank you for your response.
You're welcome.
We will now proceed with our 4-minute round, beginning with Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to start off with my question to Marlon Hebert. Based on your testimony here, I'm trying to get clarified from you which one of the rates are actually being used. Because in the permit, it's $9,000 for year 1 through 3, increasing to 14 for 6 through 10. However, the permittee testimony reflects a different fee schedule starting at $10,000. So can you help me out a bit with that?
Good morning, Senator Johnson. Thanks for your question. My apologies. I don't know why you have one starting at $10,000. The original document submitted through the governor's office did start at $9,000.
Well,
For year 1 to 3, then in year 4, 10,000, year 5, 11, and then 6 to 10, year 6 to 10, $14,000.
well, all right. Then what are they paying right now, presently?
Presently, this hasn't been ratified, so they are presently at 4,000. Yeah, 4,000.
And that's 4,000 been going on for how long?
4,800.
May I, Adrian Dudley, may I correct
Yes.
Director Hibbert, that 4,000 is 4,500.
That's correct.
That is the present rent that will be paid until until the permit is ratified by this body.
So,
Right.
thank you
And
for
then-
that, Attorney Dudley. Senator Johnson, so they have been paying that. This permit expired in 2007. There was a period where there was not an agreement between DPNR and Anquet Inc., and then we reached a negotiated fee after some years of negotiation. So this is the result of a few years of disagreements, but also final agreement and good faith negotiation.
So then my question will be, for those years that you've been going through the negotiation, what was the rate at that time?
The 4,500, as said by Adrian, Attorney Dudley.
All right, and my next question to Attorney Dudley, Waypoint Yacht Charters is currently the only tenant using the mooring bars. In the
That's
next 20
correct.
year term agreement, is there any plan for increase in tenancy?
No, sir. Adrian Dudley, sorry. No, sir, there is not. Waypoint rents the entire marina.
And the reason for me asking this, if they intend to have other tenancy, then we need to have some real adjustment for the government at stake. Because then if you're saying that you're the only person going to use it, fine. But if there's any intent of bringing on other partners for rental and tenancy, then we need to have some deep dive conversation in that behalf.
Well, Adrian Dudley, quite frankly, Senator Johnson, this rental exceeds the income from the tenant, and the tenant does exclusively occupy the entire marina. So there's no room for another tenant on the marina. The struggle to negotiate these rates has been lengthy and great, and we agreed to these dramatic
30
increases
seconds.
because we had no choice.
All right. Thank you very much. I'll listen to my colleagues and then probably have some follow-up question. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Next, we will have Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all of you listening and present. Anquet Inc. Will get the continued use and occupancy of the existing structures.
Correct.
Okay, so then you said there's already a tenant at the location.
Patricia could tell, yes, we have one tenant, Waypoints Yacht Charters, that leases the docks.
Okay, so that is your tenant.
Correct.
Okay, and it seems like you were going through an issue with the government prior to this continued lease. Is what I'm trying to get with the back and forth just now.
Yes, Senator. So again, Mr. Kittel and Ms. Kittel's dad, the original Bill Kittel, was in disagreement with what were the proposed fees at the time. And so until both of them came in, there was not an agreement in place because he was in disagreement with what the government wanted to utilize as new figures for the rental of the submerged lands. But we came to an agreement after discussion.
So is there an arrears of?
There are no arrears, sir. They were they continued to pay at original rate, but was not in agreement with what we had renegotiated.
Okay, but that was with the father.
Correct.
The father's was the same Anquet.
Correct.
Okay, so he had one agreement with the government.
That was signed in 1987.
Okay, and when did it end?
2007.
Okay, so from 2007 to now, what is the status of the?
They are current. They are current, utilizing the old figure because they continue to occupy the space.
Yeah, but who had the agreement? That's what I'm trying to see now. So the agreement ended 07. We're in 26 now. That period of time in between, was there any agreement at all?
It was on a month-to-month.
A month-to-month, okay. So what were the rates on the month-to-month? Different to what are the rates now?
Approximately 4,500 over this space of a year. And now it's 9,000. So it's double. It's 100% more now than it was then.
Okay, and why is that?
When we utilize consumer price index, inflationary calculators, we also utilize their gross receipts, and we in fact there was a different figure that was utilized for the renegotiated figure, but we came back.
Okay, and finally, does that cover the agreement issue or disagreement that you had with the father prior to this particular actual agreement now we're looking at?
Yes.
Okay, so they cleared it up and has it done?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Hubert, in respect to the lease, how can you tell us how do you calculate submerged land?
So,
and what they are being charged average in a whole overall scheme of things? Can you speak to that, please?
Okay.
How did you come up with that number?
So for this particular situation, and it's on a case-by-case basis. So as an example, let's consider one we did back in the end of last year, Limeout 2.
Yeah.
Commercial venture, which is running a taco boat now in place in Lindbergh Bay. They had 10 moorings surrounding. We use the square footage of the boat that they have as well. And that fee ended up at $18,000 a year. With Anquet, we looked at the scope of the actual area that they are occupying, which is the 32,000 square feet. We utilized the old negotiated fee from 1987, and then we looked at what they were.
Which was how much in 87?
4,500.
Okay.
Which is, and that was, and let me say this, it wasn't originally 4,500. Over the years, there was a renegotiation too. So at the end of 2007, it had been renegotiated to 4,500. So it began, I think, somewhere at 2,800, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
But it advanced as we do in our leases. So when we look at the value of the property that it's next to, and we use a per acre price of the land. So 6,200 euros has a certain value on the tax roll. We use that as a per acre price. So if it's 2.5 acres and it's worth, let's say, $300,000, for example, the area that they're occupying is 0.7 acres. So we break it back down and use that figure. And then, of course, often it depends on the value of the property. If that property is extremely valuable, then the rates that we're looking for would be, I would say, unreasonable if we equated it that. So there's a factor times 12 that we, as a percentage. And again, we worked with the Kittels and Anquet to ensure that the figure one was not sending him into bankruptcy and enabling the business to stay sustainable for another 20 years and beyond.
Thank you so much for that explanation. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Senator Hubert L. Frederick, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. A pleasant good morning, listener and viewing audience, testifiers, my office, and central staff. My question, first of all, let me say, the Cattels, I want to check on mommy and daddy and making sure they're doing all right. How they've been so far?
They are doing, Patricia Cattell, they're doing okay. My dad just keeps wanting to come home, but unfortunately that's not an option. So they're doing okay. They're in a nice place. So I am a Spirit Airlines frequent flyer now because I am back and forth to Fort Lauderdale all the time. But they're doing well. Thank you for asking.
William Cattell, I'm also a Spirit
Please
Airlines.
send him our love from the Virgin Islands and let them know get well soon.
Thank you.
And hopefully we'll be able to welcome them back home one day.
Thank you.
In reference to, and this is clearly, the previous senator did mention the fact that there was some discrepancy on the numbers, and that's fine. But there's some restrictions here. You can't have any live boarding. There should be no boat repairs, no construction work. Has that changed, or was there some work being done on that location at some point?
No, sir. Adrian Dudley, no, there has been no such work because it would have been in violation of the existing permit prior to this particular one in question.
Okay. So what about casual work? Has anyone done any casual maintenance work there in the past several months?
Yes, there was some casual work done, sir, in order to maintain the property, but otherwise, no, because once again, it would have violated the permit.
This is Mr. Hebrew. This question is for Mr. Hebrew. Have we had any issues of compliance over the last 10 years with this lease agreement, although we didn't formally have a lease in place?
Thank you for the question, Senator Frederick. No, I have been director for this July 7 years, and I've had no complaints regarding the Anquet Inc.
Did we have any other company that expressed interest to lease this property?
No, we did not, Senator Frederick.
1 minute.
One of the issues with that is because the Anquet Inc. owns the property landward of the submerged area, so they have literal rights to that area, if you want to think of it that way. So apart from their previous tenants was CYOA, and when CYOA left, Waypoints came in. I think that was just after
30 seconds.
COVID.
I think that might explain the reason why I got a little note that said someone else wanted to participate in this process and bid, but apparently they did not, they could not. So that would make sense. So what's the plan going forward here in terms of monitoring that area? Because I think we've been without a lease for at least, what, 15, 20 years?
Time.
Thank you, Senator Frederick. So we will continue. Just this morning, Mr. Kittel and I spoke about sending out a PSA to the general boating public about the no-wake zone in front of the property because they have had to effect numerous repairs to the dock from boaters speeding through the channel there that is between Hassel Island and mainland St. Thomas. So there has been some challenges there, so we will try our best within the department utilizing our sister divisions to enforce the no-wake zone and take some pressure off the maintenance related to the docks.
Thank you very much for your responses. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Mr. Ebert, why did it take from September 2022 to October 2025, over 3 years, to agree on permit fees?
So there was, thank you for the question, Senator Potter. There were a couple of, again, challenges. Until the Kittels came in, there was a disagreement between what the figures were. Okay. We did have 2 changes in council within the department, within my division, that did not, that we weren't able to move forward as quickly as we wanted to. The second thing was that when we would have been here earlier, but we did send some figures to Government House that were rejected, and they sent it back, and we went back to the table to renegotiate, and then this is where we are. So thankfully we're here, but it did take some time regarding the negotiations, but again.
Understood. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. See, that wasn't my understanding how you just explained it, Director. It was 2007 when the father's agreement ended.
That's correct,
Then
sir.
they started a month-to-month, which would have bring you right up to now. So what was the discrepancy after 2007? Because those are the questions I asked.
Right.
And was it fixed?
So in 2008, Anquet tried to renew the permit with the department. When the department gave its figure, Mr. William Bill Kittel disagreed with it and would not sign a permit agreement.
No, excuse me, that's the father though, because
Yes.
I'm saying, so, but you said his agreement ended in 07. Then it went to 4,500 from 07 on to now, which the children are now putting into, they can go forward, and it jumped up to 9,000.
That's correct.
So it just seems like something, one step is missing prior to the disagreement with the father. Because as the chair mentioned, he asked from 20, how come it took from 23 to 25 or something, 2 years or so?
So, again, the process, thank you for your question, and I'll try to clarify, Senator DeGraff. So, Ms. Patricia and Billy came to us in 2022 and restarted the process because, as you know, Waypoint Charters is their tenant. Waypoint Charters needs to know that the tenant that the lessor that they're doing business with has all the required permits and so on. So they came to us to start the process over to get it to the point where they would have a valid permit and allow them to be in compliance with all required CZM codes and all Virgin Islands laws. So they started the process in 2022. So that's Senator Potter asking the question, why did it take so long from 2022 for us to get to this point? And I was explaining that we, within the department, within the division, lost some time because we did not have counsel to carry out the negotiating process. And then... So they started the process in 2022. So that's Senator Potter asking the question, yes, why did it take so long from 2020?
Okay, there is some feedback just for the listening public's edification. Okay, you're...
But like I said, though, it's based on what you're saying. They were paying $4,500 from 07 right up until now. So then there's the negotiation that got it up to the 9,000. Correct. Okay. I just want to...
Thank you. Point of information, Senator Kurt Veely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. You presently have a contract with Waypoint Charters.
That Patricia could tell, yes, they have a lease with Inquet Inc.
And the lease is for what time period?
It is currently, they just renewed their first 5, so they've been 5 years, they've renewed for 5, and then after this 5, there's an option to renew for another 5. So the lease was for 15 years.
And did that lease include this proposed increase?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Carla Joseph. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to everyone. I have a series of questions, and I want to begin by asking Mr. Hebert, and perhaps we might get legal counsel opinion on it, because I'm looking through the documents that DPNR supplied us with, and the tax clearance letters for the real property taxes, those are dated from 2022. Do you have any updated tax clearance letters for Anquet?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so we need to get a copy of that, and also an updated version of their business license, because this one is also dated.
Yes, we do.
2022. Else I wouldn't be able to vote on it unless I get those documents. Those are critical documents for us. And I know you would have sent these down. I don't know how you didn't send them down, but we're going to need those critical piece of hard information. I want to ask you, when does this entity, Anquet, make its first payment? What date? Because it doesn't state it clearly, at least I haven't seen it, but you could probably let me know. What date is their rent due?
So if the legislative body ratifies the permit and it's signed off, on the day we ask them to pick it up from the office is the day they pay.
Does it state it in this?
It does not.
Okay, and so that's another item we have to make sure that we're clearing it up, because this becomes a legal document. I mean, I'm not an attorney, and we could get legal counsel to talk about it, but you want to have those clear lines of demarcation, because you can't have that presumption in a legal document that is binding the government. I don't think that's the way we want to conduct business. I think it's a bit sloppy. And next, I want to, and I know you have interest if they are late in making the payments, correct? That's accrued?
That's correct.
What is that amount?
It's 10%.
10%. Okay. I want to shift and ask you a question. And Mr. Chairman, we may want to have legal counsel weigh in on that item relative to what day these fees are payable. So we have a clear understanding, as well as they have a clear understanding in this legal document, because this is a permit. It's going to become it is a legal document once it's ratified here. Assignment or transfer, I'm on page 1, item 3. What does, and I need to see this, section 91015 of the Virgin Islands Rule and Regulations. It says here, this permit may not be transferred or assigned except as provided in section 910-15 of the Virgin Islands Rules and Regulation. We need to get a clear understanding on what that rule and regulation states. I don't know about my colleagues, but I'm not familiar with that. I'm familiar with Virgin Islands Code, Mr. Hebert. So if you could provide that excerpt of what that transfer looks like, or you could tell us, I would need to see it in writing furthermore.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Joseph. We can provide you with that, but in brief, a assignment and transfer would take place if the Anquet Inc. decided they were no longer in the business of running a marina and decided they would either sell the marina operations, including the upland portions, to an interested party, in which case, let's say 5 years from now, they decided to do that, then the interested party would be assigned the CZM permit.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, may I?
You may wrap up, Senator.
Thank you so kindly. So what does the government get if they try to sell? What portion of this permit is negotiated in this agreement? Because if they're selling it, they could sell it at a higher cost, and we then just are still negated to have this $9,000 for year 1 to 3. Do we get to renegotiate with who they are transferring it or selling the property to?
May I respond to that? May I respond to the question from Senator Joseph, please?
Yes, you may.
Adrian Dudley, counsel for Anquet Inc. Senator, the law provides, the rules provide that the assignment of the permit is only permitted when it is applied for to the CZM in the Department of Public, and DP&R, and once that application is made, the CZM office can review with the permit holder the facts and circumstances which conclude that this sale is permissible, and the transferee of the permit is going to operate the permit, pay the fees, and comply with all conditions of the permit. The sale of the property would include the assignment of the permit, but only if CZM agrees with the terms and conditions. There would be no change in the fee charged under the permit unless and until CZM determined it could be renegotiated. However, generally speaking, once the legislature approves the ratification by the governor of the permit, then the permit stays as is, becomes a valuable part of the property, and is transferred, as I said, with CZM's permission after due deliberation and consideration.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time. I still have some concerns. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Novelli Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. I, too, want to commend the Cattels for their legacy business, operating almost 87 years in the Virgin Islands. That's commendable. And also to say best wishes on your father and his health issues.
Thank you very much.
A stroke is not easy.
No, ma'am.
Nope.
Who feels it knows it.
Yes.
I also recognize the issue of the business license being dated as well as the certificate of good standing. And I'm hoping that we could get those updated information so that we could have a current filed in place. So help me to understand. You're saying that the Waypoint yacht charter, are they able to sublease, or are they're fully utilizing all of the balls within that lease agreement?
Adrian Dudley. First, Senator Francis, thank you, and Senator Joseph as well, Senator Carla Joseph as well. The tax clearance letters are in order. The business license is in order. And those can and will be provided to the legislature today.
Correct. Thank you.
As well as to CZM, obviously. With respect to the second question, and I'm sorry, I neglected to hear the end of it. Would you mind repeating it, please?
I was making reference to the fact whether or not these individuals are able to sublease, or are they operating all of the within the
Waypoint
charter?
occupies the entire marina and has 12 mooring balls.
Okay, very well. And in respect to this increase, you're saying that was not considered in the current lease agreement between Waypoint and the Anquets?
No, sir. The lease with Waypoint was signed during the period of time that the parties were in negotiations for the permit fee. So that lease agreement rent stays as it is. And as I indicated in my opening remarks, that lease payment by Waypoint is not sufficient for the Cattels to pay the permit fees and all of the other expenses associated with the operation of the marina. However, because that was what we needed to pay in order to secure the permit, that's what we did.
So as a business individual myself, you're saying that you're operating at a loss to begin with?
Yes.
So how does that reconcile your business model, obviously, to continue this lease, knowing full well that there is a doubling of the current costs that you pay to DPNR? How are you able to sustain that as a business model?
Well, it is hopeful that we will be able to add businesses to the other portion of Estate 62 Honduras, which the company owns, and thereby create revenues which are sufficient to cover all of the necessary expenses, including the permit fees.
Have there been any requests for allowances to be made? Again, it don't make good business sense that you're operating from a loss position. Almost 50% as it stands right now. Have you asked for some consideration moving forward on this?
Patricia Cattell, we currently have two properties on 62 Honduras, the Old Hook Line and Sinker restaurant that has been vacant. We unfortunately had to evict two prior tenants for non-payment of rent. We're hopeful to get that property rented, and also an office space within the Frenchtown Harbor Marina building that a spa previously occupied. And with that additional revenue, we will be able to cover the cost of the permit and allow Waypoints to continue. When we do renegotiate the lease with Waypoints, when their lease is up, that fee we will be hopefully adding, to their lease.
Well, I wish you well.
Thank you.
When you make money, the government makes money.
Absolutely.
So I'm hoping that you're able to get that rented.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time and opportunity. Good luck.
Thank you very much, Senator Noel Francis. I'd like to recognize the presence of Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator Angel Bolquez, as well as Senate Vice President Kenneth L. Gittins. Next, we will move to Senator Clifford A. Joseph. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My first question for DPNR would be, is the Cattell family an adequate in good standing as far as compliance, no violations at all?
Good morning, Senator Joseph. Yes, Anquet Inc. is in compliance with all applicable laws.
So they don't have any citations, nothing. Everything is good.
That's correct, sir.
Outstanding. So for Ms. Kittel, so operating at a loss, how do you make all your payments then? I mean, like, how do you continue? Like, I know you just mentioned about opening up the restaurant, but
Right. Patricia
the
Cattell.
restaurant don't open in a couple of months.
Prior to
Yeah.
this, I mean, we have had some, we've had revenue in the bank, but it's getting to the point where we really need to get the restaurant leased, and we're working diligently on that in order to make that happen. And if we can get that done, which we think we've got people looking at it, we should be okay. And we're not making a lot of money, but we'd be able to cover our expenses.
Thank you for your honest response. The next question is, who takes care of the dock?
Any structural, Patricia Cattell, any structural issues would be Anquet's responsibility. Normal day-to-day is Waypoint's responsibility. They maintain like the electrical from the beginning of the dock out towards the end of the dock, the T-dock on both sides.
So is it possible for anybody, I know you guys own the property, but is there any possibility that anybody else leasing a portion of the submerged land? That's for DPNR, not for you.
Adrian Dudley, on behalf of Anquet. No, sir, because Waypoint has leased the entire portion, 872 square feet of the submerged land.
Well, thank you for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Oh, forgive me, Senator, if I might correct the record, my statement there, it's 32,375 square feet that is occupied and leased to Waypoint.
Thank you very much for that correction. Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to follow up on a question from the previous speaker. Mr. Hebert, you said that you didn't have any findings or any items like that from the proposed permittee, but did you receive any complaints from any of the neighbors or businesses regarding the operation or even the current tenant that they have? Did you receive any complaints?
Thank you for the question, Senator Joseph. No, we have not.
Okay, thank you.
I have not recorded any.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Mary C. James, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, testifiers. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everyone in and outside the room. I, too, was curious about the profitability of the dock, and my questions were going to be along those lines. Does the I just wanted to confirm a couple of things. The current lease with Waypoints, Yacht Charters, USVI, when does that expire?
Patricia Cattell, they have a 5-year renewal, so that would be 5 years from now, and then an option to renew for 5.
So you have a current lease dated 2026, which will expire in 2031. Is that what you're saying?
Their current lease was dated 2021, January of 2021, and they're in their second 5-year period now. Or next year, yes, yes.
So the terms have already been negotiated and are set in that lease.
That is correct.
That's correct? And
Correct.
so that's why you're saying that the amount that the Virgin Islands government is charging exceeds the amount that you collect from waypoints, correct?
Exceeds the amount on the permit. Well, that would be we're not collecting any permit
I did
funds
not
from.
hear. I'm sorry, I didn't hear the answer.
I think we need, Adrian Dudley, I think we need to clarify the issue, Senator James. If what you're saying is that the lease payment we receive from Waypoint does not completely cover the charge of the permit, the answer is yes, it does not. Because as I said before, that lease was negotiated way before this permit fee was negotiated.
Right. So you exactly. That's what I was asking. So you're locked in at this point, because your lease was negotiated before the permit terms were negotiated.
That is correct, Senator. Adrian Dudley. Sorry, that is correct, Senator.
Okay. That's unfortunate. I also and also the other part of my question had to do with well, I wanted to point this out so that the public understands this, because if you look at this lease and the arrangement that we have with the Kittel family, it's over 40. Next year will be 40 years that the family will be in a lease agreement with the coastal zone management. And at times there seems to be a concern in the public about the length of, or the terms, in terms of the period of time that one enters into lease agreements with parties. And I just want to emphasize that in order for anyone who is in business, in this case it doesn't really apply because you're not making any money, in order for you to get a profit, it's important that the lease be long-term or renewable, as the case is here. I also want to ask, are the Kittel family, let me say the correct name, it's Anquet?
Correct.
Time.
Anquet, so the shareholders or the stockholders of the corporation are family members, correct?
Patricia Cattell, that is correct.
So this is a great example, even though, again, I'm concerned about the profits also. Is there any other, let me ask this directly to the family members. So what then, besides the fact that there is no monetary benefit to you to have Waypoint there, what are the benefits of you being in this type of situation regarding the lease with Waypoint and then the permit with the Virgin Islands government? What are the benefits to you?
I got
if
it.
you can answer that for me.
Patricia Cattell, the benefit of having Waypoints at the marina, or having any charter tenant at the marina, when the restaurant Hook, Line, and Sinker was open for 30 odd years, when Ted and Becky Lutz ran it, CYOA was a tenant, and that provided them with customers regularly. The staff is able to, eat lunch and support that business. Then that would be a tenant of Anquet's. Other tenants that are, that we hope to have would have support or services that those Waypoint's customers would want to utilize. So it really benefits the company as a whole to have an existing marina charter business there, and also supports all of the other businesses in Frenchtown, not just us, but everybody,
Right, so
all the restaurants there.
Yeah, exactly. It's actually appealing and attractive to the entire area. I just want to commend you and say this. This is a great example of building generational wealth. And so I just want to commend you on that. It's just unfortunate that your, the profit situation isn't what you would like it to be. But congratulations on that. This is an important example of a family that has built generational wealth. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Maurice James. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the Cattell family, attorney, and also DPNR. I definitely support this. I got some tough questions, and they are in the line of environmental issues. So I'm going to ask, so the sea floor there, would you consider it coral, seagrass, or mangroves?
Thank you for the question, Senator Fonseca. So that area...
No, just answer my question, please. Coral, seagrass, or mangroves?
No coral, some seagrass, mostly mud.
Okay, good. Because I only have 4 minutes and I don't want a dissertation. Okay, so the discharge, how is that being managed?
Discharge from?
From those boats that are anchored there. It's a dock, it's two T-docks and a fixed piers. How is the discharge?
So those vessels, when they go out on charters, are to utilize utilize a system at another facility to discharge their waste. But that facility does not accept any waste.
Okay, so I understand that's what they are to do. How is DPNR managing that? Has DPNR ever checked to make sure and ensure that that's what those moored boats are doing?
So the moored boats, when they are moored, are empty. So they have nobody on them. The only time they are occupied are when they are chartered and then they are not at that spot and out. The department does do spot checks from time to time to ensure that vessels are adhering to no discharge rules. However, as you know, that there are lots of vessels and there are some constraints with staff. So it is a continued effort.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to give the people of the Virgin Islands a picture. When you're coming in on the seaplane, there's two routes you take. You either come over Adelita Cancrine School, you come over the burial ground, Western Cemetery, and then you come into the water. Sometimes you land right in between Frenchtown and Water Island. If you take that route, you land between Frenchtown and Water Island. You're landing right where those docks are. Why does the seaplane takes those two landing routes? Is there any reasons? Maybe the boats? Do you know?
So I am not aware, Senator, but I do know that in the past I've asked what the changes are. At times there are larger vessels that are in the flight path of the vessel, so when they land, they use a shorter take. It really depends on the captain, to be honest, the captain of the seaplane, to be honest.
Okay, so I want to ask you some quick questions. I'm sorry for rushing you because you're kind of lengthy and I only have a couple minutes. So concerning, this is a major CZM permit. That's why it's come before the legislature for ratification. Is that correct?
So all water permits, all submerged and fill lands would come, minor or major, would come before the legislature.
30 seconds.
Okay. So I would say that's a yes or that's a no?
That is a yes.
Okay, good. So concerning the violation of the public trust, has there been anyone that has sent an objection to the coastal zone permitting process? Has anyone objected, and what were the concerns if there were any?
There were no objections received, Senator.
Okay, good. So now, as far as access for the public access, can you walk across in front of the dock? You know, when you go past Hook Line and Sinker, and there's the area there, the dock, can the public walk across that area?
Yes, they can, Senator.
They can. Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure that no public access was being blocked in that area. Because, you know, when I was a young boy, my father and Mr. Griot and Mr. Martin had a little boat. They used to dock up right there in that area, so I'm familiar with the area well. So I definitely support it, and congratulations on this legacy business. Hopefully Hook, Line, and Sinker or some other person would open a restaurant, and then you'll be able to recoup your losses. So, you know, press on. Good times hopefully are coming.
William Cattell, we've shown it just this week to two potential tenants.
Yeah.
So we have hope.
Awesome. Well, Sapopa. Mr. Chair, thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Avery Lewis, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Hibbert, a couple years ago, DPR was in possession of a grant or some funding. I want to say they were grant funding that would allow different marinas to, y'all would go and build out pump out stations in there. Was this afforded to the Kittels them, or we still have that grant? Where are we with that grant? And have we spent any of the money in any of the marinas around here?
So I'll speak to that, Senator. Thank you for the question. So that is the boating infrastructure grant under the Division of Fish and Wildlife, and currently we are pursuing, there are a couple of applicants to the program, so we're trying to ensure that anything with 15 or more slips,
yes,
they will have either a fixed or mobile. The commissioner is very adamant that we need to have any of those facilities with a pump out facility. The challenge has been that, of course, vessels that have holding facilities, the chemicals used are not ordinarily taken by the Waste Management Authority.
Okay.
So we have to work on ensuring that whatever they use, the Waste Management Authority will take it from the sewage disposal.
Yeah. But that's really not a good excuse for me, because your commissioner sit on Waste Management Board. So we should have been fixing this problem, because you've been sitting on this money now 8 years.
I'm not aware of the length of time.
Okay, well, I tell you.
But we do have some.
I'm just saying, let's see how we could advance it, you know. And ain't all you, but I mean, let's see how we could advance it. Telling me, you know, waste management don't take certain chemicals and so forth. By now, we should have seen what we need to do to dilute whatever. I ain't the engineer, I ain't the chemist, but I know we could dilute, we could do different things, and those type of things, you know. I'm pretty sure they got more than 15 slips down there. You know, because when I go down there, the place fill.
Yes. So the slips don't actually hold the larger vessels that Waypoints uses. They go out on the moorings. They just come in to take the charter guests on. So there are some dinghies and maybe one or two other small boats, but the actual slips don't hold those larger vessels.
All right, thanks a million. Thank you for your response.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis. Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, viewing and listening audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning to the Kittels, Attorney Dudley, Mr. Hubert, and thank you so much for your testimony and your investment for 40 years. That's commendable and important. Let me ask you, though, in terms of your situation, operating a business right now at a loss. And I know you say you're in negotiation right now for the land side with hook, line, and sinker, etc. How have you guys been advertising that, though? Because I've been seeing it empty for a while, and I was wondering who owned it. Because there have been interest, as a matter of fact.
Patricia Cattell. We advertised it, I did, on What's Going On St. Thomas for a while, and we recently actually got more interest just by hanging up a for rent sign on the door with our phone number and my email address. So I probably should have done that earlier, but I didn't think it would be so effective, but now I know.
Okay, very well. And hopefully, when the lease is up, you can recoup some of those funds with the charter company, because charter companies are making a mint right about now. It's one of the most, I would say, interesting business in terms of revenues, because that's a $1 billion industry. And they stay booked. So hopefully when the time comes, you guys can negotiate and get a real good rate and recoup some of those funds. How many employees do you have, though, at the family business? How many employees do you have? I know it's all family. Do you have any employees?
You're looking at it.
You're looking at us.
That's it?
Yep.
That's it.
And my sister, but she lives in California. She's the president, but she's not really here doing anything. So.
Okay, very well. Well, again, congratulations.
Thank you.
I really don't have
Thank you
any
so much.
questions, because most of the questions have been asked and concerns have been raised, and you'll be getting a call.
And if
Thank
you're
you.
interested, come by and see the restaurant.
You'll be getting a call. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Cordville, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It sounds like my colleague is trying to solve some of your problems.
We'll take any solution we can get.
Mr. Hibbert, I think my colleague from St. Croix asked a question about subleasing, and the answer was that Waypoint is leasing the entire submerged area, but that didn't answer as to whether or not they can sublease. Is there any prohibitions in the lease agreement that they cannot sublease?
So there's nothing here specifically, but once the permittee who has leased that area is Anquet, their lessee could not sublet.
Okay, so once they lease it to Waypoint has no authorization, no possibility at all
No,
of
because
subleasing.
that's correct. They are not a party to the permit at all.
Now, this is the 6th year of this particular lease with Waypoint, or they were leasing from you before?
Patricia could tell. It was previously CYOA. That was, I think they sold CYOA to Waypoints in.
Other way around.
No,
Same
CYOA.
boats, different owner, or just change the name?
They bought the company from John Jacobs, who owns CYOA, and that we negotiated a lease with them in 2021 when they purchased from John.
Okay. And you had legal counsel representing you at that?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Because that was a bad lease agreement. I mean, just for lack of a better word, that's a horrible lease agreement.
The prior lease agreement that was given to CYOA by my now deceased aunt was for 50 years. And we were able to renegotiate the lease on the same terms for 15 years. So there were a lot of things in play when this happened. So I'm okay with the 15 because it would have been 50 and then we would have been.
Because I just pulled up Waypoint website and I'm seeing $10,000 for 1 week, $12,500 a week, $10,000, and multiple boats. The cheapest one is $5,000. It takes one week cruise, tour, to pay the entire lease agreement that you have with them. So whoever was negotiating did a horrible job. So I could see why the government charging. It was you?
No, no.
You need to put that on the record so your character or your ability to negotiate don't go down. Was it you that
Adrian Dudley, I was not counsel to Anquet prior to
Okay,
this
that's
time.
all I need. I want to save you. I don't want anybody to think that you did such a horrible job. But
No.
the
We
government
were
lease-
kind of stuck at that
You're
point.
stuck.
Yeah.
Okay. The government lease agreement really is good because that's prime property. That's French song. That's a prime location. So despite the fact that the negotiated amount is more than you're presently collecting from your sublease, that was just bad negotiation 5 years ago because this company is making a mint, literally. Waypoint is doing very well because of the agreement that they have with you.
Correct. And I think it was bad negotiation when CYOA had their 50-year lease, and we really came in after that. Billy and I didn't move back down here until late 2020 and kind of got this big mess.
So you're just trying to clean up all of the
We
mess.
really are, yeah. And trying to COA out at some point where
30
we can
seconds.
make some money. Yeah.
It's a very good example as to how local Virgin Islanders sometimes get weasel out a very good property by individuals who fast-track and come in and negotiate them out of prime property. So I hope that you're able to correct it, and at the end of this lease agreement that you could really charge them what you need to charge them.
That is the
for that
plan.
prime location. So they have, and I'm finished now, Mr. Chair, just with your indulgence. They have the mooring bars, but the actual berth, they're not utilizing the berths.
You mean on the marinas, the
Yeah,
docks?
on the
Yeah,
dock.
they do to, pick up customers and drop them off and to clean the boats when they transition them over.
But you have the opportunity to also go into agreement with somebody else that would like to use a dock?
No, because they lease the whole
No,
dock.
that's a horrible...
It really is. It's terrible. I agree.
Okay, that's it for me. I'm going to support this because trying to get you back on your feet.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Violet. Senator Avery Lewis, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
That would be me. Good morning, everyone.
morning.
Good morning,
Good morning.
colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning to the Kittels.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Shani Dudley, Mr. Hibbert. But before I ask you any questions, I really would like to publicly thank and say congratulations to the district spelling bee winners, which is Ryan Felix of Free Will Baptist Christian School, St. Croix, and Malaya Peterson of Olayef Mola Elementary School. The top 6 finalists from each district will advance to the territorial bee on March 19, 2026. I just want to say congratulations to those students. They did an awesome job. You know, I was there for the St. Thomas, and the winning word was candid. And that segue right into my word here today. I just want us to be candid and upfront here. Colleagues, one of the things I say that I think that maybe we need to look into moving forward, no fault of none of the Kittels or nothing, so this is just me speaking to my colleagues, is that I think we really need to get some kind of outside assistance to make sure that when people tell us about market value and, you know, prime property and everything, that we could go to our own consultants and say, hey, check this one out, make sure that the government is really getting the best bang for their buck. Mr. Hibbert, you look like a very honest guy, but, you know, we need our own consultation at times, and that's my belief, and that's something I'm going to try to push for in here, for not only for me, for us, all of us in there, that when we going through these terms and, you know, leases and zoning and everything, that we understand that the government is getting the best bang for the buck and could do the proper estimating and consulting for this body. Mr. Hibbert, were any updated environmental assessments done or water quality studies conducted in this area, in the existing piers and docks?
Senator, no. No updated EAR or water quality point. This is a Class C water, so there is some ambient monitoring. Unfortunately, the water quality here is affected by the Frenchtown gut, which is in poor condition. So I suspect that we would not like the results.
Well, I mean, I think we have a lot of, we just be honest. And like I said, the winning word this week were candid. Last week were candid, and, you know, just being honest. And then at times, it's a seasonal set of seaweed coming, the sargassum, that impacts. I know they impacts your business, because when I was administrator, I've been down there, we had tried to come up with plans to see how we could get it out. Thank God bless the fishermen and so forth in that area that actually do it on their own and try to remove the sargassum weed. Thank you. The sargassum, you know, not just for business, but for life, period. And then we have that gut issue that, you know, it seems like it's a mixture of sewage and whatever. I really don't know. But we need to look into that. I think we as management should be on top of that.
1 minute.
My next question, Mr. Hibbert. What monitoring and enforcement mechanisms are in place over the 20-year term to ensure compliance with permit conditions? And what penalties apply if the permittee expands, modifies, or fails to maintain the structure?
So, monitoring. We have a records and property manager who goes out from time to time to ensure that what the area that is being utilized conforms to what was agreed to in our permit and lease. So we have one person who goes out and ensures that they are the ones who do the statements, ensures that payments are being made timely, etc., sending out reminders to Anquet Inc. In terms of over time, if any modifications to the area were to be made, Anquet would have to apply for a modification to change the configuration of the dock or any such thing.
Good. I really does have to look out, you know, ask these questions, because at times, you know, we approve these things, whether the legislature or even your office approve these things, and then without the proper monitoring and enforcement, when we go, we see something different. And we you know, the buck have to stop now. We have to make sure that what we're saying, what we're approving, the people complying and conforming to the rules and procedures and, you know, everything that's was voted upon or approved. Right? So that's something that we really, really need to know. In your division, in your department, enforcement have been a little less. Hopefully you're hiring some people. You're hiring?
We have, based upon, again, the Division of Environmental Enforcement has 3 officers for the entire St. Thomas and John district. They have, I think, identified 3 persons, but are awaiting the training, the police training to start, because those persons have to go through the peace officer training.
So, and my last question to you, given that the rental fees are subject to renegotiation at the 10th and 15th anniversaries, what safeguards ensure that the government is not locked into below market rates or unfavorable terms over the time?
Thank you, Senator. So I think based upon the structure of our negotiation, we are hoping that by the time the Kittels renegotiate their lease, that our negotiated terms will, of course, be more favorable. But it does say in the document that we cannot go below what we will charge you. And if there's no renegotiation, there's an automatic 25% increase.
Ms. Kita, you are comfortable with that?
Yeah. Patricia Cattell, yes.
Okay, good. Legal counsel, Dudley, you are comfortable with that?
Yes, sir. Adrian Dudley. Yes, Senator.
Okay, thank you. I'm comfortable with it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your point of information.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to follow up on a line of questioning from the male freshman senator from St. Thomas. So you said that that's Class C water. I did a quick research. They got Class A and B. Class A and B would be designated for swimming, etc. What do you allow marinas in Class A and B waters, docks, piers, etc.?
If they are allowed in there, yes.
Okay. What would be the different requirements? What would DPNR do differently? What would you monitor differently if this was a Class A or a Class B, an area where there's swimming permitted?
Well, certainly, Senator, if there are Class A or B, there would have to be the ambient water quality program, which is a quarterly monitoring program, would collect water quality characteristics or parameters quarterly. So turbidity, temperature, etc., salinity would be collected at those sites. Now, the sites do not necessarily equate to the exact location of the marina. It's more of a regional view. So if we were to do each marina, probably be challenging in terms of both cost and time. So it's more of an area close, because again, water is circulating.
And do you collect that data?
Pardon?
Do you collect that data?
So that data is collected by the Division of Environmental Protection.
Okay, great. So through the chair, Mr. Chair, can I request that data for the Class B and A areas? Can you provide that through the chair? I'd like to take a look at that.
Sure. I'll work with the Division of Environmental Protection to provide it.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Carla Joseph, you had a point of information.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. I did ask about the due date of the rental fee, and I didn't get that clarified in my line of questioning, and I just wanted to make sure all parties know when the rental fee is due every month, or is it every year, and what date is it due? Yeah. That was my question, and just so it's clear, because then that would be the date. If they don't pay by that date, then all of the other penalties would apply. So I don't know if they are clear on it. I'm not, and so I wanted to get that clarified. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. So you're asking Mr. Hebert, are you asking Attorney Dudley? Mr. Hebert, are you prepared to answer that question?
Yes, Senator. Thank you for the question. So
okay.
In the permit, under fees, the initial payment under this permit is due on the effective date as set forth under Article 3. And Article 3 is the permit is effective upon its signing by the chair of the St. Thomas Committee, approval by the governor, and ratification of the legislature. So once on that date, On that date that the legislature signs off on it and we get it back and they pick that permit up, it is due on that date. And maybe, and again, we have tenants who may say, I may not be able to pay the entire amount. Can I do a monthly installment? And that is unallowable.
Okay, so you do have that flexibility.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. That was one of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Thank you, Mr. Hibbert. Senator Kenneth Gittins, Senate Vice President, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all.
Good morning.
When I see representation by legal counsel, I get nervous and wonder where is mine, because they should be here with us as well, so we could have a balanced conversation. But let me ask to the family directly, does the family operate this marina itself or any business on that marina, or is it just sublet to Waypoints?
Patricia could tell it's Waypoints.
So you've sublet it. Who constructed the existing piers and docks?
Patricia could tell. I'm not sure who that was. It was back in 1990 something. I wasn't living on St. Thomas at the time.
So they were constructed before you gained access? Before you got the permit?
Yeah.
The original?
Adrian Dudley, counsel to Anquet. Senator Gittins, as I said in my original remarks.
Okay, I wasn't here, so
okay.
Pardon me.
The original dock was constructed well before Hurricane Hugo. It was rebuilt in 1989
Okay.
after Hurricane Hugo.
Okay, thank you right there.
Right.
So when was your lease originally put in place with the government?
Patricia could tell. The lease from 1997, is it? I don't have that in front of me. 1997? 87. 87?
1987?
Correct.
So when you took control in 87, these docks were there?
They were constructed, I believe. There was a previous Avery's boatyard there way back in the day, and then the permit was gotten, and then docks were constructed, and then damaged in 89, and then damaged again and again.
So you generate revenues directly from the use of these docks and piers there, correct?
We leased the entire docks to Waypoints Charter Company.
And is the activity fully disclosed under the lease agreements?
Yes, sir.
All right. Have any structural improvements been made since you've taken over? Any repairs made since the original construction?
It was repaired repeatedly after the 3 hurricanes.
And were all required permits acquired?
Yes.
Now, I think the secretary asked about the water quality testing, and DPNR response was no testing is being done, correct?
Not at the direct location.
Why not with this type of activity taking place?
I guess there are 2 reasons, Senator, not I guess, but there would be 2 reasons. It would mean that every single facility would need the testing, and those tests are in fact quite
Give me the short
expensive.
answer. You have the capability of conducting these tests?
Currently, that is contracted out to the University of the Virgin Islands, and I would say no.
So you would say no. So that's the short answer. That's why. When are we going to correct this?
I know the Division of Environmental Protection is working on, one, getting new staff in to help with collection. It will likely still be tested by the University of the Virgin Islands because they have an EPA-approved lab.
So is the continued use of the submerged lands fully compliant with CZM and submerged lands lease requirements?
Yes, sir. Once this is ratified, they will come into full compliance.
So how are we ensuring that all other requirements are fully complied with? Because you don't currently have the capability of even water testing. So how are you going to convince me that everything else, all other requirements are in place?
Well, I don't know if I can convince you, sir, but I would say that we will continue to try and do our best to monitor all activities that occur there, whether they are generated by the permittee or the surrounding areas. Again, as we mentioned, there's a gut that comes out there. We will have to ensure that we work hard to ensure that gut gets cleaned up along with our partners, Public Works, Waste Management, in order not to impact the business and or the water quality.
What's the current annual lease payment being made to the government of the Virgin Islands today? And when was the last appraisal or rental rate adjustment conducted, if any?
So the last rental rate adjustment would have been made when this permit expired, which was in 2007. There have been no rate adjustments during that time to now.
So from 1987 to now?
No, not
the rate is
1987, 2007 when it ended.
Right. What's the current annual payment to the government?
$4,500
Per month?
per year.
4,500
per year.
Isn't this a profitable business?
Well, no. According to the Anquet Inc., it is not profitable.
So how are we? How do we know this?
We have seen their gross receipts and their tax records.
So 4,500 per year from when?
That was from 2007 till now. The renegotiated cost is double that to $9,000
to date.
So upon ratification, it would go to $9,000. Yes.
Okay. And what measurable public benefit does the government of the Virgin Islands receive under this agreement? Has DPNR cited or issued any violations related to these structures within the past 5 years?
No, we have not.
No. Have you done any inspections?
We have.
Who specifically is conducting what area? Is conducting these inspections?
So two types of inspections. One by boat, where we have the environmental enforcement officers who patrol in the vessels, and then from the landward side, we have the records and property management officer who goes to ensure that activities taking place and no additions or subtractions have been made to the existing dock structures.
So lastly, the permit requires public shoreline access, correct?
That is correct.
So what kind of access does the community members have in this particular area?
In this case, the public can go where the marina offices face the dock. They can traverse onto the shoreline, walking in front of where hook, line, and sinker is now and beyond. So there are no obstacles to public access.
Okay.
The actual dock structure is gated because of that's a security concern. So the dock structure that the vessels utilize up to a certain point are unavailable to the rest of the public. So nobody can swim or fish from the dock, but the shoreline access is there.
Thank you. Take back this message, please, to the commissioner. We need to beef up our enforcement division there at DPNR. We need to see enforcement taking place on our waters. All right? I heard you say that you're waiting for the academy or something like that to commence, but I hope that you have people ready, in line, ready to sit in this class once it begins.
I will take that message back.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Kenneth Gittins. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to the testifiers. I've been listening to quite a bit of questions here today. And one of the things I did say, I do appreciate the longevity and the time that the family have invested into this project over the years. But I have to ask some questions in regards to my potential concern as it relates to the continuance. You did touch on the fact that you're attempting to get the restaurant leased out because you're not making as much as you potentially could. What happens if you're not able to get the restaurant leased out? What other alternatives as a family, stockholders, that you guys potentially might delve into to potentially make sure that you're able to survive with a potential new lease and this larger amount that has to be paid out?
Patricia Cattell, we have recently, in case it's necessary, we're hoping it isn't, but we would be able to secure an equity line of credit or loan. Our property is debt-free at the moment, and we don't have a current mortgage. So if we need to do that, that is an option that's available to us. We hope we don't have to.
Well, I hope you don't have to either.
Thank you.
I want to ask in regards to the property itself and the company that's leasing the docks. And I think you said they had 5 years and they also have an option. Were there any clauses? For example, we do know that there are hurricanes that occur here in the territory. What happens if a hurricane does come and damages the docks? How have you dealt with that previously? I know you spoke about having to rebuild, but how does that affect you financially if you can't provide the services for that income that's coming in?
Patricia Cattell, we would have to rebuild the docks, and during that time, Waypoints would not be required to pay their rent because there's no dock available for them to utilize for their business. And we would, if they wanted to come back once rebuilding is done, then we would have to honor that commitment, and that's stipulated in their lease.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you.
No problem. One of the things, what I know you talked about, and I want to get back because I want to make sure that I want you to succeed. That is something I will say, because having this lease, I think you said from 1987 up until now, I think that's a good thing, and especially showcasing like what my colleague spoke about, building generational wealth. I do want you guys to succeed, but I also want to look at it from a logical standpoint. If, as it relates to, explain to me a little bit, what are you doing actively to actually potentially tap into additional revenues? Because you spoke about the restaurant, the line of credit you might have to tap into, but you still have to come up with money to pay for it. Are there any other alternatives for you? Even if you take out that line of credit, you have to come up with the cash to pay for it monthly or whatever.
Correct.
What other alternatives do you have? Have you ever thought of transferring the building from a restaurant if another business is interested in a different type of business? Or are you hard set on a restaurant? That's what I need to know, because I got to make sure that there's enough cash flow coming in to make sure you can sustain this, because you're actually going from one amount to something more than double from what I'm looking at.
Patricia Cattell, we firmly believe that the restaurant is an enterprise that can do incredibly well in that location. When I was a child, it was the Quarter Deck restaurant my entire childhood. Ted and Becky Lutz ran hook, line, and sinker for 34 years and put 2 kids through Ivy League colleges on the revenue from that restaurant. So unfortunately, we had, the pandemic happened, and the tenant prior to the previous one did not was not able to function and pay rent. And the previous tenants really had some issues with getting their business together among a lot of other issues, and were not able to be successful. But I think the right person with the right vision can make that the restaurant that it was previously. It's a really fantastic location, and I don't think utilizing it in another way would make sense.
Okay, well, thank you for sharing that. So we're going to focus on trying to get someone to lease out the restaurant. Understood. I have been to Hook, Line, and Sinker. I enjoyed the food when I was there. I don't know who managed it at the time, but I did enjoy the location as well. So I do support your stance in wanting to keep to that direction. But I'm always one, keep options open just in case. But I also wanted to ask in regards to, we deal with inflation here in the territory. Time?
You may wrap up, Senator.
Okay, thank you. We're currently dealing with inflation here in the territory, even nationally. And I know I'm focusing a lot on the financial aspect of it because I genuinely want you guys to succeed. I really do. So I'm really having this conversation to see if you've thoroughly, looked at the different avenues. I do appreciate the conversation about the line of credit, your activity in trying to get the restaurant leased out and really sticking to that. I think that with inflation, I don't want a situation where this additional cost of the increase of the lease, I don't want it to be too burdensome. So I guess that's why I'm spending so much time on this. But what I will say, I'll just wrap it up and say, I do wish you luck. I do support this continued venture. I do appreciate the time that you guys have put in to continue this as a family. And I will vote accordingly when we get that opportunity, more than likely during session. So I heard time, so thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Angel Bolquez, who is online. Senator Bolquez, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you and good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning, Central Staff, and of course, good morning to the testifying panel in regards to Bill 36-0235. The Kittel family, Attorney Dudley, and Mr. Hibbert from DPNR. The permit before us, I understand, can be transferred under Title 12, Section 910.5. So I have a question in relation to that. If ANQUET, for whatever reason, sells the marina to a third party, does the government retain any authority to reassess the rental value immediately?
Thank you for the question, Senator Bolquez. It would depend on where in the term of the agreement. So if it were after 10 years, then it would be subject to negotiation because they would be accepting the existing terms and conditions of the current permit. So if it is after 10 years, then it does say we have to renegotiate in years 10 and year 15. So it really does depend on where in the time period they would have made the transaction.
Okay, very well. Thank you for that clarification. In relation to the submerged structures, during the 20-year term limit, how often does CZM inspect these submerged structures?
So CZM does not practice the monitoring of the actual structure itself. That is up to the lessee to monitor and ensure that the use and the conditions, if they require, they will apply for a repair and maintenance. But we do not inspect the actual structures themselves. Again, for insurance purposes, ANQUET would have to ensure that their docks are up to applicable standards and ensure that they are properly maintaining them. If they need to repair, then they would apply to CZM for those repairs.
Do you review the structures of submerged public docks? Is there a time frame for that?
So
in short, please.
In short, yes.
Okay, I asked the question because the dock-
it's recommended that
because the
every
dock on-
3 years.
Because the dock on, I apologize, but the dock on St. John was up for, through Port Authority for some negotiations, and we found out afterwards that the dock was in deplorable condition. So I'm curious to know how frequently the PNR looks at those facilities. Either way, moving on to what is before us, what is the immediate operational plan for the marina as soon as this permit is ratified? Are there any planned upgrades or expansions or structural improvements in the first 5 years?
Patricia Cattell, no, not at this time.
30 seconds.
Okay. You currently have one primary marina tenant. Are there any plans for any additional charter companies or long-term slip holders or commercial users?
Patricia Cattell, Waypoints leases the entire marina dock space, so no.
No, okay. You have 2 fixed piers, 2 docks, and 2 T docks, I think they're called. Any expansions for the length of the dock or any floating docks, any increase in the footage of submerged lands in the near future?
No, sir.
Okay, and if the marina ceases to operate for any financial reason, what happens? What is the contingency plan?
Adrian Dudley, counsel to ANQUET. In response to your question, Senator, there would be no plans because there is an exclusive lease. If for some reason that lease fails, then the parties will have to re-examine the terms and conditions under which they operate at all.
Okay, very well. I think I heard my time called. I appreciate your responses and thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes. Point of information, Senator Avery Lewis.
Yes, thank you. Attorney Dudley, these are your clients. So I'm just going to ask you this question. I know the docks are being subleased, right? How are we coming and conforming to making sure that the dock is ADA compliant?
The dock is, in fact, ADA compliant because the permit provides, and the owners are very conscious of the fact that ADA compliance is necessary under law. They have agreed by law to comply, and they do that.
Okay, real quick, just tell me some of the features that you have there, some of the amenities that would really say that, that when I come, and I understand, but your families, your parents' abilities, I would think that, disabilities, I would think that you really would be into it. But just tell me some of the stuff that you do have.
So, Patricia Cattell, on both sides of the property that's adjacent to the water, you can access directly to street level from the road going down to Oceana and also right in front of the Frenchtown Deli. It's paved and you can come right on if you had a wheelchair. There's also a handicap parking space right there. Taxis can come and unload right basically in front of the docks.
Thank you. Just keep that in mind, man. I just really advocate for those
Absolutely.
voiceless, and I am going to be their voice.
Yep.
So please, thank you.
We do.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis. Point of information, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues, based on what the at-large senator just asked, I'm getting more and more concerned with the process with CZM. So I'm wondering, how does CZM satisfy their inquiries if you don't do inspections? And inspections is part of your primary duties in order to conduct site inspection, perform compliance inspection, and even to investigate unauthorized development. So how do you do these things if it appears to me, or what is sounding like to me, like you don't go out there and conduct these inspections?
Thank you for the question, Senator. So I think maybe I misunderstood the question, but Senator Bolkes was asking about the structural framing of the dock. And so, for example, the pilings, the cross members.
So strike that then. In totality, tell me about your inspection duties. Are you conducting thorough inspections of all these properties, not just this one? And if so, who is conducting these inspections?
So in totality, we have one person, and they have been instructed to visit each site that we have a lease for, dock or field land, to inspect at least, at a minimum, once per year. Currently we have 151, so spread across all 3 islands.
So when you hire somebody or hire people,
I don't know if we're going to be able to hire someone.
But we need
additional.
to. This is money going out the door. I'm sure we have violations spread across the territory, and there's no inspections, proper inspections being conducted, so that we could cite people for violations.
For the most part, Senator, most of our tenants are in compliance.
Not all. At this point, I'm ready to hear that all are in compliance.
Our delinquency rate is about 15% out of 151. So I do believe that we're doing a fair job. I'm not saying that we're doing an excellent job, but I do believe that we do inspect the properties. We do have other properties from other agencies, the Port Authority.
Let's put a pin there. Let's put a pin there. So you're saying you have over 150 properties, and then only one person. He's spinning, but I need to get this answer really and truly. You have over 150 properties. You said territory-wide?
Territory-wide.
And one person to do these inspections. You're satisfied with that?
They get around to all 150.
That's not what I asked.
I
You
am satisfied
with one?
with that, yes, because they have done a good job of doing so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittens. I think all the questions have been pretty much asked and answered by now, but I just wanted to really commend the Cattels for your persistence in ensuring that this family business continues. It is not easy. I know. I know that the prior agreement with Waypoints has been a challenge for your profitability, but that agreement won't last forever, and I think that you will be positioned at some point to improve your financial standing. But just to piggyback off of what the prior speaker mentioned with respect to when you're doing a permit renewal, what environmental assessments, if any, accompanied the permit renewal, particularly given the hurricane damage and reconstruction over a period of time?
Thank you, Senator. So in this case, with Anquet Inc. renewing the permit and had no, I would say, no plans or proposals to increase or decrease the footprint of the existing, the EAR was the environmental assessment report, I would say, was very basic. Just fill out the rest. We didn't require them to do a new environmental assessment, especially of the submerged area, because they're not making any changes to that. If they had been, then it would have required a new environmental assessment. So they went through a simpler, I would say, process. If it were new or there were additional proposals, then we would have required a full-on, compliant and more intensive report.
Okay. Fair enough. My final question, the mooring balls. I don't know if you mentioned it before. The mooring balls installed by Waypoints, were these separately permitted?
Yes, sir.
So it's separately permitted?
Those are separately permitted
Okay.
through the Division of Environmental Enforcement.
Okay. So does the revenues from this flow to the government or to waypoints? How does that work?
So each of those moorings are in a designated mooring and anchoring area are paid for by waypoints to the government. So the vessel registration, so each vessel is a per foot rate. Each one has to be registered by June of each year, and then the mooring is a separate fee, and to be on that mooring is a fee. So yes, the revenue goes directly to the government.
Okay. Thank you. Senator Carl Joseph, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, because that just brought up another question when you talk about the moorings. And Mr. Hebert, does ANQUET, I really am impressed with this entity, and I really want to commend the family. I hope you're not going to sell, but I know you have your responsibilities. Does this permit allows them to also put in any moorings in those areas?
So the specific area of the lease has some inner areas. If they wish to, they could add a mooring, but outside of that, where the moorings are outside of the leased area, in a designated mooring and anchoring area. So that goes through the department separately.
Okay, so they would have to come to you
Yes.
to get a separate permission
Yes.
outside of this lease, but it
Yes.
does allow it.
Yes, it does allow it. They would simply ask for a modification.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Carl J. Joseph. Any burning questions remaining, colleagues? Very good. Okay, we have exhausted our round of questioning for today. I want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank you, Attorney Adrian Dudley. I want to thank you, Mr. Hebert, Mr. William Kittel, Ms. Patricia Kittel for being here, spending some time with us on this very important matter. As we indicated, there are no votes taken in this committee. We will be having an official session later in the month of March where it is anticipated that a vote will occur on this matter. So thank you very much for being here. I'm going to ask you to provide us with a 30-second wrap-up, if you so choose, beginning with Mr. Heber.
Thank you, Senator Potter. As usual, thank you to the members of the 36th Legislature for the opportunity to testify on this permit behalf. We thank you for your consideration and look forward to when you do vote in the affirmative. Thank you.
On behalf of the family, Adrian Dudley, we'd like to thank the legislature for the opportunity to answer your excellent and probing questions. We also thank you for the opportunity to explain to the listening and viewing public precisely what's involved in the process and the history of the Kittel family. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The Committee of the Whole stands in recess for 10 minutes. Good afternoon, everyone. The Committee of the Whole meeting for Monday, February 23rd, 2026 is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please read the agenda for Block 2 into the record?
Block number 2, Bill number 36-0228, an act amending Title 19 Virgin Islands Code by adding Chapter 39, establishing the Virgin Islands Health Data Utility, which will advance data sharing infrastructure, simplify reporting, enhances data visualization, and improves traditional clinical data exchange across individual practice and institutional health settings and social service organizations. Invited testifiers, Honorable Justa Encarnacion, RN, BSN, MBA, Commissioner, VI Department of Health. Michelle Francis, Director, Office of Health, IT. Tasia Philip Dorset, Assistant Commissioner, VI Department of Human Services. Gary Smith, Director of Medicaid. Dr. Frank Udlum, President, VI Medical Board. Dr. Tess Richards, Interim CEO, St. Thomas East End Medical Center. Craig Bem, CEO, CRISP Shared Services Health Information Exchange, HIE vendor. Troy Schuster, CEO, AARP USVI. Pamela Toussaint Everett, Director, AARP USVI. Dr. Siri Akal, CEO, Red Hook Medical Center. And Darlene A. Baptiste, CEO, YF Louis Hospital. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I want to welcome our testifiers here today. I'm going to start by asking our testifiers to put your names and titles on the record, beginning from my right and moving to my left. Beginning with Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon, Gary Smith, Medicaid Director, Department of Human Services.
Good afternoon, Tasia Phillips Dorset, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Human Services.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Michelle Francis, Executive Director, Office of Health Information Technology.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dr. Tess Richards, Executive Director and Medical Director, St. Thomas East End Medical Center Corporation.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Siri Akal, owner of Red Hook Family Practice.
Good afternoon. Thank you very. We have some folks on St. Croix. I'm sorry, St. Croix. You can also introduce yourself, please.
Hi, good afternoon, Dr. Esther Ellis, Territorial Epidemiologist. Thank you for the Department of Health.
Good afternoon.
Pleasant good afternoon, Darlene Baptiste, CEO of the Governor Wang F. Louis Hospital and Medical Center and CEO for the Schneider Regional Medical Center.
Good afternoon. I think we have a few people online. Can you please identify yourself? Okay, AARP.
Yes, good afternoon. Troy Deshabir Schuster. I'm the State Director of AARP in the Virgin Islands, not CEO. Just wanted to correct that on the record. State Director of AARP Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Schuster.
Good afternoon. And I'm Craig Bem. I'm the CEO of CRISP Shared Services, the Health Information Exchange Technology vendor.
Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome. Is that it? Pamela Toussaint. Is Ms. Toussaint here? Mr. Schuster?
No.
Okay.
No, she's not testifying today, no.
All right. Thank you very much. Colleagues, we're going to ask our testifiers to proceed with their testimony, beginning over here with you, Ms.
Yep.
You may proceed,
Michelle
Ms.
Francis, Office of Health IT. OHIT is the acronym, so that will be an acronym I can use.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Senate President Potter, Senate Vice President Gittens, Honorable Senator Fonseca, Chairman on Committee of Health, and distinguished senators of the 36th Legislature. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in strong support of Bill number 360228, an act amending Title 19 Virgin Islands Code by adding Chapter 39, establishing the Virgin Islands Health Data Utility. This measure is both straightforward and transformational. It creates the Virgin Islands Health Data Utility, or HDU, as a special purpose independent public benefit nonprofit instrumentality of the government charged with operating the Virgin Islands Health Information Exchange and related digital infrastructure. In practical terms, this bill gives an independent body the governance, legal authority, and funding structure we need to move from fragmented information silos to a coordinated territory-wide health data backbone that supports better care, stronger public health, and more efficient use of limited dollars. My name is Michelle Francis. As mentioned, Executive Director of the Office of Health Information Technology. I'm joined by key public and private agency partners and subject matter experts who stand ready to help transform how care is delivered in this territory. Today, I speak with urgency and with conviction because the decision before you is not abstract. It touches every Virgin Islander, every clinical provider, every hospital, every clinic, every insurer, every family in the Virgin Islands, and has been over 20 years in the making. In my testimony today, I will describe the current state of healthcare in the territory, explain in plain language what Bill 360228 actually does, and show how it gives us the tools to seamlessly exchange data to improve care and control costs while protecting privacy. A little bit of background. Building on the legacy of the provider community with strong leaders like Dr. Cora Christian and Dr. Frank Odlum at the forefront, the health information exchange concept first took root in 2001. After over 25 years of effort from leading institutions that included the University of the Virgin Islands, Department of Health, and the Department of Human Services, this concept became a reality in 2021 through executive order with the formation of this office, the Office of Health IT, under the Brian Roach administration. The Office of Health IT was created as a collaboration hub to help advance the modernization of our territory's healthcare delivery system. OHIT works across public and private agencies to coordinate and guide an aligned strategic approach on health information technology efforts throughout the territory. This office has and continues to serve as a resource to the entire healthcare system to support the adoption of digital tools that include electronic medical records, telehealth, health information exchange, and by executive order, oversees the implementation of the 2021 Territorial Health IT Strategic Plan and major Medicaid health IT initiatives. Recognizing that federal funds alone could not solve a territory-wide modernization challenge, we proactively sought resources. My office secured over $1 million in grant funding to supplement our modest annual earmark and to incentivize participation among both public and private providers. To date, OHIT has provided local match funds and grants to strengthen infrastructure and support HIE connections for Juan Louis Hospital, Schneider Regional Medical Center, St. Thomas East End Medical Center, Frederiksted Healthcare, and DHS Medicaid. We also hosted 3 consequential digital health summits, bringing best-in-class solution providers and national experts in health IT and policy to provide education and resources for them to better understand our needs and identify appropriate solutions for the territory. Excuse me 1 minute. After more than 25 years of conceptual discussions, the Brian Roach administration has now transformed the vision of an integrated healthcare network into reality through the HIE pilot funded by the Office of the National Coordinator and implemented by the vendor CRISP Shared Services. This pilot now includes both hospitals and our 2 federally qualified health centers. While this achievement in and of itself is historic and exciting, we recognize that the task ahead remains complex and demanding. So what's our current reality? Senators, all of you can relate to this, as every Virgin Islander too can. As residents, we all experience our fragmented healthcare system. And vision for me, you're going to visit your doctor. A simple visit to your doctor requires at least half a day off work for lengthy registration paperwork and the stress of trying to recall your medical history. Your doctor may ask you for the lab results you recently took. But now, how do you and your doctor access those results? You try not to be stressed as they take your blood pressure while asking you to list all the medications you are on and to recall and describe details of any last pertinent visits. You leave with a pile of paper referrals that must be hand-delivered to imaging centers, pharmacies, and specialists. A month later, when following up with your primary care doctor, you come armed with photos of pill labels or a bag of pill bottles and an assortment of paperwork, still unsure you remembered everything. You spend an additional 30 minutes filling out 50 pages of information you've already filled out at 5 sites of care. The imaging center you went to couldn't give you your scans on a jump drive due to cybersecurity policies, leaving you uncertain about how to get critical information from one provider to another. You're also stressed about having to take off even more time off work just to act as a courier for your medical records. Meanwhile, you're also coordinating care for your parents or a spouse or child whose rising travel costs for medical visits make relocating seem necessary. Perhaps your family member is at high risk for stroke or is fighting cancer. You know that timely access to accurate health records is essential. Strokes in particular don't allow time to call multiple offices for past labs, medications, and history. Every second counts. This fragmentation is not just inconvenient, it is costly and dangerous. So some of the local costs we can no longer ignore. The Virgin Islands spends over $80 million every year sending patients off island for care, a figure that has steadily increased over 2 decades. Government health insurance costs for employees and retirees are projected to rise by 13.7% in FY26, representing a staggering $27.26 million increase in costs. Those numbers are not theoretical. They directly impact our overall economy, the general budgets, our hospitals, our clinics, and our people. Without a modern system for sharing clinical data, we are trapped in a cycle of inefficiency, duplication, and escalating cost. Additionally, without the benefit of comprehensive data, we are making decisions half blind. Instead of decisions that are data-driven, we are making decisions based on anecdotes and a partial picture of what is really driving healthcare costs in the USVI and what is really plaguing residents. So what's the power of health information exchange? A functioning health information exchange allows for real-time exchange of lab results, imaging, medication, diagnoses, hospital encounters, clinical notes, allergy and problem lists, and it ensures that information follows the patient, not the other way around. So what is the national evidence of cost savings and improved care? National studies consistently show that HIEs deliver measurable financial and clinical benefits. The greatest savings come from reducing administrative waste, including the time clinicians spend retrieving charts and avoiding redundant imaging, the largest avoidable cost driver in American healthcare. Real-time analytics and admit, discharge, and transfer alerts significantly reduce costly hospital readmissions and contribute to lower mortality when integrated into workflows. Did you know that when a Medicaid client is readmitted to a hospital within 30 days, the local general fund budget has to pay for it? Systematic reviews show that HIEs reduce duplicated procedures, unnecessary imaging, and therefore the overall cost of care, validating their long-promised impact. When national research is combined with our local data, the conclusion is undeniable. The Virgin Islands can no longer afford not to implement a fully functional health information exchange governed by a sustainable, transparent health data utility. Bill number 360228 is the vehicle that gives it form, governance, and sustainable funding in the Virgin Islands. So why is this essential? This bill recognizes that health data are critical infrastructure. it defines an exchange or Virgin Islands Health Information Exchange as the authorized electronic network for sharing health information among healthcare providers, payers, public health agencies, and other authorized participants. It grounds our approach firmly in federal law by incorporating HIPAA, or the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, and the 21st Century Cures Act, Interoperability and Information Blocking Framework, including TEFCA, or the Trusted Exchange Framework and Common Agreement. The message is clear. The Virgin Islands intends to participate fully and compliantly in modern health information exchange. The bill also recognizes something else. As a holder of personal information, the government of the Virgin Islands has a responsibility to demonstrate a serious, visible commitment to privacy, security, and proper governance. The findings section expressly acknowledges that agencies and healthcare entities have a duty to share information as allowed by law to achieve optimal patient and population health, but also to respect personal privacy and to operate within the protections established since HIPAA's enactment in 1996. So what does the bill do in plain language? First, it creates the VI Health Data Utility as a special purpose, independent, autonomous, public benefit nonprofit corporation and government instrumentality, governed by a 12-member board that includes OHIT, the Commissioners of Health and Human Services, both public hospitals, the Bureau of Information Technology, both federally qualified health centers, the Board of Medical Examiners, the largest independent PPO, and 2 at-large public members, 1 from each district. Second, it charges the HDU with operating the technology, which is the Virgin Islands Health Information Exchange and related digital infrastructure. Through the HIE, the HDU must aggregate data from providers and payers, support Medicaid interoperability and public health reporting, things like registries, labs, immunizations, and syndromic surveillance, and enable authorized clinicians to securely access patient information for treatment and care coordination under HIPAA and the 21st Century Cures Act, TEFCA. Third, it establishes patient consent protections, implementing regulations, mandatory participant agreements for providers and payers, and a funding framework, including an ARPA appropriation, transfer of the existing CRIS contract and associated funds, and a dedicated share of the emergency services surcharge to sustain this critical infrastructure over time. A brief walkthrough of the key sections of the bill. Establishment and governance in subsection 1002. The health data utility is established, as we mentioned, as a not-for-profit instrumentality. A 12-member board governs operations subject to CPA audits and strict conflict of interest rules. Subsection 1003, powers and protections. The HDU possesses independent legal standing, including the power to contract and manage revenues. Its debts remain separate from the central government. Property is tax exempt and employees attain standard government benefits. Subsection 1004 through 1005, HIE duties and patient rights. The Health Information Exchange aggregates data for public health, Medicaid, and clinical monitoring. It prioritizes interoperability and privacy. Patients may opt out of the HIE except for legally mandated reporting, ensuring HIPAA compliant choice. Subsection 1006 through 1007, regulations and funding. The HDU will mandate data exchange standards aligned with CMS, Centers for Medicaid and Medicare, and the Office of the National Coordinator. Funding is sourced via grants, federal cooperation, participant fees, provided a sustainability plan is approved. And participation and appropriation, sections 2 through 5. All health entities must execute participation agreements within a phased approach. Implementation is supported by a $300,000 ARPA appropriation and a 50-cent emergency surcharge increase, which is a 20% allocation to the HDU. Existing HIE contracts transfer to the HDU. So to touch on privacy again, the bill is explicit that all data sharing must comply with HIPAA and the 21st Century Cures Act, including TEFCA, and the HIE must be administered under principles that prioritize privacy, security, and confidentiality. It allows patients to opt out, as mentioned, except where reporting is required by law, and it restricts the health data utility to the activities authorized in this chapter. Its property is public property, used only for essential public and government purposes, not for private commercial exploitation. The independent not-profit corporation ensures transparent governance, public-private stakeholder representation, long-term operational stability, compliance with federal data sharing standards, a model that aligns with best practices nationwide, clear prioritized use cases for data sharing, prioritized and authorized reasons for the exchange of data. So in practical terms, what does that mean? The HDU will run and maintain the territory's critical enterprise infrastructure for health IT, including and starting with the health information exchange, but not exclusive to it. Help facilitate hospitals getting critical funding and infrastructure to replace their outdated electronic medical records so they can connect safely and securely to the health information exchange. Ensure all providers and insurers participate, guaranteeing complete patient records. Support public health agencies with real-time data needed for disease surveillance. Reduce duplication, lower costs, and improve coordination of care. Assist with education and onboarding of providers to the HIE and education to the wider public. Importantly, the HDU ensures that health data remains a public asset and not a commercial commodity. In other words, the practical duties I have just described are not aspirational. They're embedded in subsection 1004 of the bill as core requirements of the HIE and the HDU. So I mentioned mandated participation. Why is this a necessary step? No HIE can succeed if participation is optional. A fractured system only perpetuates the very problems this legislation is designed to fix. The bill's requirement that all providers and insurers participate is foundational, and it aligns with national frameworks such as HHS's Trusted Exchange Framework and Common Agreement, which we've mentioned. Section 2 of the bill makes this real by requiring that within 90 days of enactment, all health facilities, healthcare providers, pharmacies, federally qualified health centers, and all payers execute participation agreements with the HDU that include milestones for bidirectional connectivity. We are prepared to offer language for an amendment to implement a greater phased approach, so not the 90 days, to allow all contributing entities an opportunity to implement the necessary steps for data sharing. This proposed timeline will provide a phased implementation with clear milestones for all participants and ensures that all, including our small practices, are not left behind. Mandated participation ensures all medication lists are accurate, all lab results are available anywhere care is sought, that emergency providers have the information they need in real time, that care transitions are safer and faster, claims data is available and shared accurately and timely for reporting and enhanced disease surveillance, budgeting, and planning. This is not just good policy. It is good medicine. So the question on the table, I know for everyone, is funding. This bill lays out a multi-layered funding approach designed to provide immediate startup resources and long-term sustainability without creating an open-ended draw on the general fund. First, the bill dedicates $300,000 in American Rescue Plan Act funds for FY25 and 26 to help launch the health data utility. This provides the immediate startup resources backed by time-limited federal dollars. Second, the bill streamlines the HDU's operational and financial structure by requiring the Department of Human Services to transfer the existing CRISP Shared Services contract to the HDU within 30 days of enactment. It also mandates that all current and future HIE-related grant funds be transferred to the HDU within 30 to 60 days, ensuring that the entity responsible for managing the HIE also maintains full fiscal control. Third, the bill amends Title 33 to increase the emergency services surcharge from $2 to $2.50, with 20% of the annual proceeds allocated to the health data utility. This reflects the critical role that real-time health data plays in emergency responses. The HDU's executive director is also added to the Emergency Services Fund governance structure. Finally, the HDU is authorized to accept grants, gifts, and pledges. While the HDU may eventually charge modest participant fees, these can only be implemented after the board approves a CMS-compliant cost allocation and sustainability plan. Until then, no fees may be charged. This approach ensures that the HDU begins with federal dollars, existing contract funds, and a stable revenue source, not with unpredictable draws on the general fund or new financial burdens on providers. This funding strategy aligns with federal best practices and ensures that the territory builds a system that is both affordable to launch and sustainable to maintain over time. So what does this mean for our people in layman's terms? Let me put it simply. Your doctors will finally be able to see your records all in one place. These are the practical benefits that flow when governance, powers, participation requirements, patient protections, and the funding structure in Bill 360228 are put into place, and the HDU and HIE are fully implemented. Additional benefits that the layman or local person will feel: hospitals will make faster, safer decisions in emergencies. Your care will be coordinated, whether you're in St. Thomas, St. Croix, St. John, Puerto Rico, or on the mainland. This critical infrastructure will be safeguarded and managed by a group of inclusive stakeholders that depend on its success and include members of the public. Election cycles won't put this critical infrastructure at risk, as it will be housed in a not-for-profit. And the territory will save money, potentially millions, by eliminating waste and duplication. We did not make up this structure. Instead, we are learning from past mistakes of other HIEs across the United States and building on what has worked and been successful and lauded as best practice. This is the healthcare system our people deserve. I recognize that members may have concerns about privacy, participation mandates, and the scope of HDU powers. On privacy, this bill does not weaken existing protections, it reinforces them by anchoring data exchange in HIPAA and the 21st Century Cures Act, limiting purposes to health and public health uses, and requiring regulations to set detailed standards for connectivity, data scope, and use. The opt-out provision, with exceptions for legally required reporting, balances comprehensive data for care and public health with patient autonomy. On participation, universal inclusion, as mentioned, is necessary for the utility model to deliver its full value. The proposed phased requirement is about getting agreements in place and starting the connectivity journey. The HDU, when fully operational and working, will provide technical assistance and phased milestones so that small practices and resource-constrained providers are supported, not penalized, in meeting these obligations. On authority and accountability, the HDU's powers are carefully tied to its purposes and limited to what is necessary to build and operate the HIE. Its finances must be audited annually. Its board is composed of public officials and private citizens and healthcare leaders. Its employees retain retirement insurance protections, and the legislature retains the power to require reports, adjust funding, and amend the statute if adjustments are needed. Acknowledgements and closing. Honestly, I need to thank God, above all, for the chance to return to my home after 20 years to bring my expertise and experiences in this field to bear for our own people. It was a silent prayer for years, but God opened a door to return home 5 years ago, and I'm grateful to be one of those who has returned home. I thank this committee, the full body of the 36th legislature, Governor Bryan, Lieutenant Governor Roach, and our partners across agencies in healthcare for the commitment to modernizing the territory's healthcare infrastructure. I specifically want to acknowledge former Chief of Staff Carl Knight and former Health and Human Services Policy Advisor Dr. Julia Sheen for their foresight and determination to permanently and positively advance healthcare in the USVI through the creation and empowerment of this office, OHIT, to shepherd a critical concept to reality. Additionally, I must thank the Office of Legal Counsel and Attorney Michelle Baker for their sage guidance, my small team of 2 who is present today, Ms. Camille Willis, new mom, and Cynthia Challenger for being the backbone of this operation. CRISP Shared Services, our health information exchange provider and partner, and our extended team members in Public Consulting Group, ZaneNet, and Net America for the day-to-day and Herculean efforts they have provided and continue to provide. Finally, I close by acknowledging my 84-year-old mother, Marilyn May, a talented local artist, as one of my core inspirations for sticking to this effort when it has seemed impossible. She wants to remain home in the USVI and not have to move to the mainland for care as she ages. My 2 boys, Ari and Rafa, are also central to my drive and my motivation to rise to the challenge of this office and the OHIT mission to serve as the nucleus for innovative and transformative health IT resources and solutions across the USVI in order to improve the health and wellness of Virgin Islanders. Senators, there has been talk in the USVI about the need for an HIE for nearly 25 years. We finally delivered on the technology through CRISP Shared Services, but technology alone is not enough. We need governance, funding, sustainability, and legislative support. Passing this bill is not just a procedural step. It's a transformational act of leadership and a sound fiscal investment because it takes the HIE from a pilot project to a permanent, governed, and sustainably funded utility for the people of the Virgin Islands. Bill number 360228 does not simply create another entity. It creates the backbone for a modern, interoperable, resilient health information environment in the USVI, one that supports better patient care, stronger public health, more effective Medicaid and insurance operations, and more informed policy making. By establishing the Virgin Islands Health Data Utility, defining its governance and powers, mandating broad participation, protecting patients' rights, and securing initial and reoccurring funding, this legislature would be taking a decisive step towards a safer, smarter, and more equitable health system for our residents. Ultimately, the passage of this bill and the funding of it will save lives, it will lower cost, it will strengthen our healthcare system for generations to come. I respectfully urge your support to get Bill 360228 across the finish line today. Thank you. I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Director Michelle Smith from the Office of Health IT for your very...
Francis.
What did I say?
Smith.
You don't have Gary Smith on my head, eh?
Yeah.
Gary Smith on my head. Thank you, Director Francis, for your very comprehensive presentation.
Gary, they made me your family.
I think you recovered well, and give your mom our regards, for sure.
Thank you.
Tisha Philip Dorset, Assistant Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Human Services. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman, Senate President Milton E. Potter, Honorable Senators of the Committee of the Whole, distinguished colleagues, and members of the viewing and listening audience. I bring you greetings from the Commissioner of the Department of Human Services, Avril E. George. My name is Tasha Phillips Dorset, and I'm honored to serve as one of the Assistant Commissioners of the U.S. Virgin Islands Department of Human Services. Joining me in the well is Mr. Gary Smith, the Director of the Office of Medicaid at DHS. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Bill number 360228, legislation establishing the Virgin Islands Health Data Utility and the Health Information Exchange. The Department of Human Services supports this measure because it directly strengthens the administration, accountability, and sustainability of the Medicaid program, which serves some of our most vulnerable residents, seniors, children, individuals with disabilities, and working families throughout the territory. The structure and purpose of the Health Data Utility. To understand why this legislation is important for Medicaid and the clients DHS serves, it is helpful to briefly explain how the bill is structured and how its key components work together. Bill number 360228 establishes two distinct but complementary elements that together form the territory's health information sharing framework: the Health Information Exchange and the Health Data Utility. Each serves a different function, and both are necessary to ensure that health data is shared responsibly, securely, and in a way that supports patient care, public health, and Medicaid program integrity. The Health Information Exchange, or HIE, is the technology platform that enables health information to be shared electronically among authorized healthcare providers, payers, hospitals, laboratories, federally qualified health centers, and designated public agencies. It is the operational mechanism through which clinical data moves across the health system to support treatment, care coordination, and continuity of services. The Health Data Utility, or HDU by contrast, is the independent public benefit governance entity created to oversee that exchange. The HDU is responsible for establishing policies, rules, and safeguards that govern how data may be shared, for what permitted purposes, and under what privacy and security protections are. It also provides the long-term structure needed to ensure stability, accountability, and sustainability of the HIE. This model reflects national best practices and aligns with federal interoperability standards under the 21st Century Cures Act and related federal frameworks. Most importantly, for DHS in particular, it creates a transparent, multi-stakeholder governance structure that balances public health priorities with Medicaid program oversight, compliance, and accountability, ensuring that the system serves both providers and the vulnerable populations who rely on Medicaid for care in our local community. The HDU will serve as the primary entity responsible for evaluating the functional aspects of the HIE and provide feedback on its usefulness for the Virgin Islands community. Why this matters to Medicaid. Medicaid is the single largest payer of healthcare services in the Virgin Islands. With that responsibility comes an obligation not only to ensure access to care, but to ensure that care is coordinated, efficient, and fiscally responsible as it relates to our service beneficiaries. At peak client participation, the USVI Medicaid program boasted approximately 38,000 beneficiaries. As of our last member profile count dated February 15th, there are 18,729 persons enrolled in Medicaid and 1,106 medical providers enrolled. At present, our healthcare system operates in silos. Providers maintain their own records, hospitals maintain separate systems, off-island facilities operate on entirely different platforms. When a Medicaid beneficiary moves between providers, much of that information does not automatically move with them. The result is fragmentation and duplication of effort manifested by repeated tests or lab work, incomplete discharge information, delayed follow-ups, and limited real-time visibility into utilization patterns. From a program's integrity standpoint, this fragmentation makes oversight more difficult. From a patient standpoint, it makes care less coordinated. Bill number 360228 addresses that gap. The critical handoff in Medicaid care delivery. Senators, if I may offer a simple analogy. Imagine our U.S. Virgin Islands healthcare system as a relay race. Each provider, the primary care physician, the specialist, the hospital, the off-island facility, is a runner in that race. The patient is the baton. Right now, the baton is being handed off without a clear line of sight. Sometimes the next runner does not know the full history of what happened in the previous leg. Sometimes critical information arrives late. Sometimes it must be reconstructed. The HIE does not change who runs the race. It ensures that when the baton is passed, it is passed cleanly, securely, and with full visibility. For Medicaid beneficiaries, particularly those with chronic conditions, behavioral health needs, or complex care plans, that clean handoff can be the difference between continuity of care and the exacerbation of a health crisis. Direct impact on Medicaid beneficiaries. For our local Medicaid clients, the benefits of this legislation are both practical and immediate. When a Medicaid patient is admitted to or discharged from a hospital, providers will no longer have to rely on delayed paperwork or informal communication. Real-time notifications will let doctors, case managers, and care coordinators know when their patient has been hospitalized and arrange appropriate follow-up care without delay. There exists the potential for providers to be alerted when patient referrals are made to other entities or to select referrals needed from a menu of options. The selected items would then auto-populate in a coordinating service provider's message queue. This improves patient linkage to care. When a beneficiary travels off-island for specialty services, the Medicaid program and local providers will have better visibility in those encounters. That means when the patient returns home, their care does not restart from point zero. Their providers can see what was done, what medications were prescribed, and what follow-up is required. This strengthens the continuity of care and reduces confusion for patients and families. When laboratory results, discharge summaries, and clinical records are securely shared among authorized providers, we reduce the likelihood of duplicative testing and repeated procedures. That is not only more efficient, it is safer and less burdensome for patients. Through the HIE, Medicaid will gain access to timely admission and discharge alerts, improved visibility into off-island services, better coordination of referrals, shared clinical documentation, and more responsible use of information related to social factors that affect health outcomes. These improvements are not theoretical. They affect whether a senior avoids being readmitted to the hospital because follow-up care was properly coordinated. They affect whether a child with a chronic condition receives timely monitoring instead of falling through administrative gaps. They affect whether a Medicaid beneficiary navigating multiple providers experiences a smooth transition or a breakdown in communication. Core infrastructure and operational impact. The HIE infrastructure will include 1, a master patient index, MPI, to accurately match patient identities across systems. 2, an encounter notification service, ENS, to proactively alert providers when the patients access care. 3, a secure provider portal with full audit tracking and user accountability. All system activity is logged, time-stamped, and auditable, enhancing accountability and strengthening privacy protections beyond traditional paper-based processes. For Medicaid operations, this enhances program integrity, quality monitoring, utilization review, and compliance reporting while reducing manual administrative burdens. Program integrity and financial stewardship. The legislature is aware that Medicaid operates within a complex federal funding structure. Every dollar must be documented, justified, and compliant with federal standards. Initially, CMS approved a 90-10 federal match for implementation. However, CMS has since adjusted the funding structure, and Medicaid-related HIE costs are now funded at a 50-50 federal match during implementation, with a 75-25 match during maintenance and operations. This shift creates a funding gap that must be addressed through local match contributions, federal grants, cost allocation methodologies, potential participant contributions. The bill's sustainability framework, including limited participant fees subject to board approval and CMS cost allocation compliance, is necessary to ensure long-term operational viability without destabilizing providers or the Medicaid program. Governance and accountability. This bill also establishes a structured governance model through the HDU. It creates oversight that includes public agencies, providers, and other healthcare stakeholders, and ensures that policies governing data use, privacy, and permitted disclosures are transparent and clearly defined. It also separates operational technology management from direct Medicaid program administration, allowing DHS to remain focused on beneficiary services while ensuring appropriate accountability over the exchange itself. Most importantly, patient rights remain protected. The system operates under an opt-out framework consistent with HIPAA requirements, and all access to information is auditable and tracked. Emergency preparedness and resilience. For the Virgin Islands, resilience is a necessity. The territory has faced hurricanes, public health emergencies, and system disruptions that have exposed the vulnerabilities of fragmented and paper-based record-keeping. Bill number 360228 directly addresses this risk by requiring that the Virgin Islands Health Information Exchange include a disaster recovery process that allows access to health information when an entity experiences a disaster, ransomware event, cyber attack, or other emergent scenario, as expressly provided in Title 19, subsection 1004C3. A secure, centralized exchange reduces reliance on paper records and ensures that authorized providers can access critical patient histories when standard systems are disrupted. For Medicaid beneficiaries, particularly individuals with chronic conditions, disabilities, and complex medical needs, uninterrupted access to accurate and complete clinical information is essential. The HIE strengthens the territory's ability to maintain continuity of care during emergencies, supports medication management and care coordination, and enhances public health response efforts at times when our most vulnerable residents face the greatest risk. Conclusion. Bill number 360228 is not simply a technology bill. It is an infrastructure bill for public health oversight, care coordination, and fiscal accountability. It allows providers to communicate more effectively. It allows Medicaid to monitor more responsibly, and it allows beneficiaries to experience more coordinated care. For these reasons, the Department of Human Services and the Office of Medicaid respectfully support the passage of this piece of legislation. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and we are prepared to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner Philip Dorset. Next testifier. You may proceed, Dr. Richards, with your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Potter, President of the 36th Legislature, Senator Gittens, Senate Vice President, Honorable Senator Fonseca, Chair of the Committee on Health, Hospitals, and Human Services, and all distinguished members of the 36th Legislature. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony in support of Bill number 360228. I am Dr. Tess Richards. I'm the Executive Director and Medical Director at St. Thomas East End Medical Center Corporation. I strongly support this bill because it represents a critical investment in modernizing the healthcare infrastructure of the United States Virgin Islands. It promotes data-driven policymaking, and it strengthens the coordination of care across our territory. The Virgin Islands Health Data Utility, or HDU, is essential for advancing a coordinated, efficient, and high-quality healthcare system. Secure, interoperable data exchange enables providers, hospitals, behavioral health systems, and public health agencies to access timely and accurate information, thereby improving clinical decision-making, reducing duplication of services, and strengthening continuity of care. Bill number 360228 also promotes responsible fiscal stewardship by helping to contain costs and strengthen Medicaid program oversight, reducing duplication of services, improving utilization monitoring, and supporting interoperability of Medicaid data enhances program integrity and aligns the territory with federal expectations. Finally, The HDU strengthens the territory's disaster readiness and system resilience, ensuring that health information remains accessible during hurricanes, cyber incidents, or other disasters is critical for a geographically dispersed and resource-constrained region such as the USVI. I fully support Bill 36-0228 as it positions the territory to improve health outcomes, increase operational efficiency, and build a more resilient, transparent, and sustainable healthcare system for the people of the United States Virgin Islands. Thank you for the opportunity to present this afternoon, and I look forward to answering any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tess Richards. Dr. Siri Akal?
Right.
Did I spell it? Did I pronounce it correct?
You did it very well.
Okay.
Yes.
Excellent.
Good afternoon. Again,
afternoon.
the Honourable Senator Milton Potter and sitting senators and their staff members here today. I'd like to thank you for inviting me to give testimony. I am a family physician practicing for 37 years, 19 of which has been in the US Virgin Islands. So I think I can bring a clear perspective about what we're facing out there as gatekeepers in the primary care industry. Red Hook Family Practice is committed to participating in health data utility initiatives, and we support policies that promote secure, standardized health information exchange. We believe that investment in these systems is critical to realizing the vision of truly coordinated care, patient-centered care that improves overall health outcomes while reducing unnecessary costs and burdens on patients and providers. The health data utility bill that we are asking you to look at and push through today will provide us practicing physicians real-time access to clinical data. Just as an example, my patient goes into the emergency room on a Friday night. I see the patient on Monday morning with a pink piece of paper that says discharge, and they may have headache or back pain. I now have to start getting that data from that patient, and that's what I'm relying on. I make a joke to my colleagues that I need to bring out my crystal ball. Well, the good news for all of us is the crystal ball is the health data utility bill that we're trying to push through here, because we will then get real-time data on what happened to that patient, and I am not picking up my cell phone, calling everybody I know in the hospital to get a piece of information on this patient, which, by the way, is what consumes most of my day. I'm really hoping that we can improve this real-time information. We want to improve patient safety. Patients doctor shop. That's the reality of where we are. People want to see a doctor for convenience time, not necessarily their true primary care. What happens is they have two medicine bottles, one with my name on it and one with maybe Dr. Richard's name on it, with the same medication. We have a medication error, and this has a great impact in patient health outcomes. And HDU will eliminate that because they're going to tie us up, pharmacies, hospitals, and each of us in primary, those of us in federally qualified healthcare centers and the private sector. It's time private-public partnership works on health in this territory. We also like to reduce healthcare costs, because I know for some people, I saw faces when we were giving our initial talk about cost. It all comes down to that. But the data is robust. When you look at health initiatives using information technology, the costs are cut considerably, 25% in the area of diabetes. Health outcomes in diabetes are phenomenal. A1C is coming down. Patients doing better because we're working as a team. Right now, we don't have that team, but we're being given the chance with this HDU bill to create a very substantial team that will improve healthcare in the Virgin Islands. Support health population data. I've been practicing for 19 years. I am yet to get true data population information where I can proactively go out and find those gaps in healthcare and make a difference, because we can in the private sector. And then I would like to also think data quality improvement, not my favorite thing. I'm not one into data, as Michelle will tell you, but I know the importance of it because each patient is my data, and I want the best outcome for that. So I really want to say we are embracing this health data utilities. We are better positioned at this time, should we implement this, to deliver high quality, efficient, and compassionate care for our patients, because this is what they deserve. Thank you for the time of inviting me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Akal. Did you submit your testimony?
I
to
did
us?
not,
Okay, can you?
but I do have a copy for you.
Okay, can you provide us with a copy at some point?
With one typo, but I'll correct
That's right. Sound like a perfectionist. Okay, Mr. Smith, do you have a testimony or?
No,
The
my
Assistant Commissioner
testimony included
provide
in the
anything you
Assistant
think?
Commissioner.
Okay. We're going to move to St. Croix, and as the CEO of Juan Louis Hospital, Ms. Darlene A. Baptiste to provide her testimony.
A pleasant good morning, Honorable Senator Milton Potter, esteemed senators of the 36th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, and of course the hard-working staff of the Governor Wang F. Louis Hospital and Medical Center and the Schneider Regional Medical Center, and members of the listening and viewing audience. My name is Darlene Baptiste, Chief Executive Officer of the Governor Wang F. Louis Hospital and Medical Center and the Schneider Regional Medical Center. Thank you so much for this opportunity to briefly testify on Bill number 36-0228, which amends Title 19 of the Virgin Islands Code by adding Chapter 39 to establish the Virgin Islands Data Utility. This initiative will strengthen the data sharing, as you've heard, streamlining reporting, enhance data visualization, and improve clinical data exchange across healthcare and social services organizations. I look forward to today's robust discussion on this initiative. It is coordinated, data-driven healthcare that is essential for the U.S. Virgin Islands, because it would improve the patient outcomes and, of course, strengthen our healthcare system, especially as we look towards the integration of both hospitals. This legislation is key as it would secure the health data sharing and analysis that is now critical, and specifically for our local environment, the coordination of care between both facilities and the maximization of limited resources that are readily available. There is a cross-sectional research that has been recently published as of August 21st, 2025 by the SAGE Journal and the Health Information Management Journal that demonstrates the reliability of this information for health and hospital administrative data by supporting the effectiveness of resource allocation, surveillance, and of course, comparisons across other healthcare systems. As such, this initiative will improve administrative efficiency at both JFL and Schneider Regional. We anticipate the outcomes to be, but not limited to, streamlining the billing processes, strengthening provider collaborations that you just heard, eliminating the redundancy of procedures, and increasing the patient and/or public's confidence. These elements of outcome stand on the pillars of the JFL SRMC integration. We have the pillar of financial sustainability that'll be addressed, improving our clinical excellence, and of course, workforce optimization. So JFL and SRMC fully support these initiatives and the positive outcomes that will result. I remain available should questions arise or further elaboration is needed on these points. And thank you, and God bless you richly.
Thank you very much, CEO Baptiste. Next, we're going to move to Mr. Schuster, Sir Troy Schuster.
Yes, good afternoon, Senators. Troy Deshabir Schuster, State Director of AARP in the Virgin Islands. Honorable Senate President Potter and members of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony in strong support of Bill number 36-0228 on behalf of the AARP Virgin Islands and its more than 38 million members, including over 22,000 living here in the Virgin Islands. AARP is a nonprofit organization with a mission to empower people to choose how they live as they age. We have long advocated for policies that strengthen the safety, dignity, and security of older adults and their families living in the territory. To advance this mission depends on a healthcare system that is connected, coordinated, and capable of supporting patients, their families, and the entire network that surrounds them. Bill number 36-0228 brings us closer to this reality by establishing the Virgin Islands Health Data Utility as an independent entity responsible for implementing and sustaining the Virgin Islands Health Information Exchange, a system that will allow health information to be securely shared among providers, hospitals, pharmacies, laboratories, and public health agencies, patients, support caregivers, and families by harnessing technology to improve patient experience and outcomes anytime, anywhere. Across our nation, more than 63 million Americans, nearly 1 in 4 adults, serve as family caregivers, providing care to aging parents, spouses, siblings, and loved ones with disabilities. These caregivers provide an estimated $600 billion in unpaid care annually, making them one of the largest and most essential pillars of our healthcare system. Here in the Virgin Islands, hundreds of families quietly shoulder that same responsibility every day. In a healthcare system where off-island referrals are common and care is often delivered across multiple providers and islands, caregivers frequently serve as a bridge between facilities, clinicians, and loved ones. Caregivers are the invisible infrastructure of our healthcare system, but too often, when the system breaks down, they are the ones forced to carry the weight. I would like to share a story that was shared with AARP Virgin Islands by one of our members who was serving as a primary caregiver for her disabled sister during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. Her sister contracted a severe case of pneumonia that rapidly compromised her respiratory system. Doctors determined that she needed to be transported off-island immediately for advanced, life-saving care. When she arrived at the receiving hospital, however, physicians did not have immediate access to her medical history, medication list, allergy information, or diagnostic records. And in that moment of crisis, the burden of recalling her medical record fell not on the healthcare system, but on her caregiver. Instead of focusing solely on her sister's survival, she spent hours pulling the pieces together. Tests were repeated, treatment decisions were delayed, precious time was lost. She later shared something that has stayed with us, saying, "In that moment, I wasn't just her sister, I became her medical record." Her experience reflects the reality that too many caregivers and older adults here in the Virgin Islands and across the nation face when health information cannot move with the patient. Her story is also painfully reminiscent of what we experienced in 2017 when Hurricanes Irma and Maria devastated the Virgin Islands. Hospital systems suffered catastrophic destruction. Patients had to be evacuated off-island urgently to receive care. Healthcare professionals worked heroically under extraordinary conditions, but without a digital, interoperable system. Staff were forced to print medical records, place them in manila folders, and physically transport them alongside patients during evacuation flights. Paper became the bridge between life-saving care. Patients and their families found themselves explaining diagnoses and medications from memory in unfamiliar hospitals far from home. Whether during a hurricane or a pandemic, the lesson is clear. When health information cannot move with the patient, patient safety is compromised, and recalls from memory are left to fill the gap. A secure, interoperable health information exchange ensures that critical health information follows the patient, whether care is delivered on St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John, or on the U.S. mainland. Research consistently demonstrates that health information exchange improves care coordination, reduces duplication of tests, enhances medication safety, strengthens clinical decision-making, and reduces avoidable costs. For older adults and individuals with chronic conditions who often see multiple providers, interoperability is not a convenience. It is a safety imperative. The establishment of the Virgin Islands Health Data Utility provides the governance structure necessary to ensure accountability, sustainability, and coordinated implementation of this system. This legislation is about more than technology. It is about equity. Virgin Islanders should not face greater medical risks because of geography. They should not experience fragmented care simply because providers cannot access critical information. AARP policy affirms that healthcare systems must promote equitable access, protect dignity, and ensure coordinated, patient-centered care across settings. Health information exchange strengthens these principles by ensuring that Virgin Islanders receive safer, more informed care, regardless of where they enter the healthcare system. It also strengthens disaster preparedness and public health response, ensuring continuity of care during future emergencies. While AARP strongly supports this initiative, we emphasize that it must be implemented with strong safeguards. AARP's national policy on health technology ecosystems underscores that innovation must be paired with robust privacy protections, transparency, accountability, and meaningful consumer control. Patients and caregivers must trust their health information is secured and used appropriately. Public trust is essential for adoption and long-term success. The Virgin Islands Health Data Utility provides the governance framework to embed these protections, and we encourage continued oversight to ensure privacy and consumer protections remain central to implementation. Senators, this amendment is right for the Virgin Islands. As a territory, we have witnessed hurricanes that destroyed our healthcare infrastructure. We have endured a pandemic, and we have caregivers like the member whose story I shared, who have carried burdens the healthcare system itself should have carried. Bill number 36-0228 ensures that health information follows the patient, not paper. It strengthens patient safety, it supports caregivers and families, it advances equity and dignity, and it prepares our territory for the future. We urge you to vote yes to this bill and create a pathway to establishing the health information exchange system that addresses the many barriers to care in this territory. AARP thanks this body and the Brian Roach administration for introducing this measure. We stand ready to work alongside the administration to see this through implementation, because delayed care is denied care, and no Virgin Islander should have to face that risk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, State Director Schuster. I am not sure if Dr. Ellis on St. Croix, I'm not sure if you had a presentation on behalf of the Department of Health before we go to Mr.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm
Benham.
available for questions.
Okay, fair enough. Mr. Craig Bam, you may now proceed with your testimony.
Well, thank you so much. I'm also just here to answer questions.
Okay, so we've exhausted our testimonies from our testifiers. Excellent. Colleagues, we're going to go into a 4-minute round. Before we proceed, I wanted to ask Director Francis a question. I know that the HDU is structured as an independent nonprofit instrumentality, yet its initial board seems to be heavily weighted toward government agency heads. What safeguards prevent the HDU from becoming de facto an executive branch entity? And how will the two public at large members be selected and empowered to provide meaningful civilian oversight?
Thank you for that question, Senator. Michelle Francis, Executive Director of Office of Health Information Technology. This legislation actually puts in the safeguards you just mentioned in a few ways. One, while there is a heavy number of public sector members, you'll recognize that those members represent our hospitals, our FQHCs, Department of Health and Human Services. There's built-in accountability because they rely on the very Health Data Utility Board, and the voting structure creates accountability, creates the ability to have robust discussion while there is the ability for balance in votes. Also, the bill establishes the ability for this body to, if it feels that there's a lack of balance as we move forward, to revisit that structure. That's built into this bill. Additionally, the two members get the legislative approval, the two community members. So that does not just rely on the executive branch, but moves forward with this board's approval as well.
Okay. So you're not uncomfortable with the 10-2? 10 executive branch members versus 2 civilian representatives.
Yeah, I'll answer that in a few ways. Again, being a small community, each of the entities represented are also community members because we're in a small community. If we had members made up of big private corporations, but all the public members serve a public interest and are accountable to the public. Again, they can be called before you individually at any time. If we were talking about 10 private hospitals, 10 private clinics, I would say yes, but even the medical board they have accountability. And the PPO is made up of providers, of a variety of providers, so they're built in their built-in structure. So I would say it behooves this body to keep each of those individual organizations accountable to their mandates, and it gives the space and the forum for the two representatives to foster conversation in their communities and bring the voice of their communities with them. We would end up with a 50-person board, and as you know, then there's no consensus, there's no ability to move forward. This is actually a very large board in order to achieve as much buy-in and consensus as we could.
Thank you for your response. Senator Avery Lewis, point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon again, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, people of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Director Francis, Edie Francis, let me ask you this quick question. Has this been not rolled out, but has you in all your planning and procedures and getting here today, have the community had any kind of input in this?
We haven't
outside of your public officials?
Yep, we haven't had broad community interest in holding community meetings because the board exists in kind of concept only. However, through the digital health summits, the public has been invited to each one of them. At the last one, we held a mock hearing for this very utility to both gauge what questions would be, what concerns would be from providers, from the at-large community. And we've maintained a public presence with transparency into what we're doing by promoting it on social media and being an independent office, being able to reach across providers.
That's the answer I was looking for. I was just making sure that the public had engagement in it along, with the stakeholders here today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Point of inquiry, Senator Viale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we presently have a health information exchange?
We do. Craig Bem is the CEO of our Health Information Exchange. Right now, both of our federally qualified health centers are fully onboarded and live in the HIE. So you say, why haven't we heard more about it?
Who else?
Both the hospitals are in the test environment, and that's because of their 3 data breaches. To ensure information is secure, they had to scale back their participation, and we can't go forward until we've got clean letters of attestation. Then it's added by funding, by the available funding. We can add labs, and it's based on use cases, add the pharmacies. So right now the focus was on getting the core entities where most people receive care. And we're just waiting for the clean letter of attestation from JFL especially.
So you,
to
in
onboard
essence,
them.
you haven't concluded the full implementation of a health information exchange.
No, and it will go on, quite frankly, for years because data use agreements are needed. So DHS.
I asked a question.
Okay.
I asked a question because most of the states that I see that are moving towards a HDU already had a working HIE, and we don't. So I'm just asking the question because you're transitioning straight to the HDU, which is, I mean, a limited number of states have implemented it, but we don't even have the HIE fully implemented that you could transition from the one to the next.
If I may respond, Senator. So there's a few things at play here that everyone at this table has had to weigh. We've had, I think, in excess of 4 meetings with all those who would be board members to talk about this very thing. If we wrestled with making it a Medicaid-only HIE, but the strong consensus was this needs to be for the territory. So we could have proceeded with a much smaller group, leave it embedded in Medicare, but it would have left out this broad governance. So with the funding that is available, again, we've had to make choices both about how to implement and onboard, but also realized that why HIEs have failed in the US, even with broad participation, is the governance. That is, the research is very clear on that. So we knew that needed to come quickly before we started making decisions about how people's health data moved without the broad governance, because that is exactly why it's failed in other states.
I'll wait until my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Point of information, Senator Fonseca.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Francis, I wanted to follow up on the majority leader line of questioning. So the Assistant Commissioner of Human Services mentioned there was 1,106 providers. Eventually, you plan to get all of those online. Is it a funding issue why you don't have the others? Tell me your plan, or is there a phase 2 we're going to roll out to get those included?
So again, this kind of has a multi-pronged response. So one, in onboarding providers, there first has to be a participation agreement at the agency level. The hospitals and the FQHC's participation agreements moved faster and quicker. They're more nimble. Both Department of Health and Human Services went through an extensive process, about a year long, of reviewing the legality from their perspective of the data use agreement. A few months ago, we were able to receive from both their signed participation agreement, and they were sent to Property and Procurement. So we're waiting now for the response from Property and Procurement to execute those. Every single provider will have to sign a data use agreement, and we can submit a sample of what that is to this board because it's a legally binding document. So each agency understandably takes their time. But I want to hand it off to Assistant Commissioner Tasha Phillips-Dorset to also respond.
Good afternoon, Tasha Phillips-Dorset, Assistant Commissioner, DHS. Senator Fonseca, the 1,106 providers that I mentioned earlier, they are currently enrolled in our Medicaid Gainwell claims technology. So we have a claims management system, and if you need any more information on that, I'll kick it to the Director of Medicaid.
Well, during my time. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. We're going to move to Senator Alma Francis Heidegger. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good day to my colleagues today, to the people of the territory. Good day to the testifiers and the people. My first set of question is, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I am very cautious about this legislation. Cautious to the point I am literally almost ready to throw it in file 13 because I'm trying to figure out the necessity and the need for it at this moment. Because if we're not even completely finished with the HIE, why are we jumping over and heading into another phase of it when we're not even fully on board with the first part? I did a lot of research in regards to the HIEs. I did research in regards to what we're attempting to set up here today with the HDUs. I even did comparison with states and various states and the population. We're a population based on the last census of what, 87,000, give or take a couple thousand people. You have states like Maryland, millions of people, and they have, some of them are still just strictly running on HIEs. They haven't set up these elaborate separate entities and boards. You have California, which is millions, what is it, 39 million people? They have a handful of people just running the data. So I'm trying to figure out, how does a population of 85,000 now justify building out this whole elaborate new entity that you now want to tap in and take more money out of the people's pocket to help pay for? I'm looking at this bill as, I'm going to be honest with you, it just feels like another level of bureaucracy that we're attempting to create so people could get paid. That's my personal feeling. I can't speak for my other 14 colleagues, but that's just how it feels like to me. Because when you're going to now create another autonomous agency that could have their own bylaws, that could potentially create fees later on, that could start off with 12 people, what's stopping those 12 people from creating other bylaws? And by the time we're done, we're paying 50. Because how it's set up, it's saying we can't tell them anything. I don't feel comfortable at all with this piece of legislation. And I just want to remind us as senators that not everything the governor sends down needs to come before us. It is still up to us as a body. We could just look at it and leave it alone. We don't necessarily have to even give it a bill number. It's a suggestion. And sometimes we have to analyze these things for what they are. I am not, I've listened to all the testimony, but somebody needs to explain to me what is the necessity in setting up this HDU versus it potentially staying within an agency? And also, can anybody explain to me what cannot be done via contract without setting up a HDU? Ms. Francis or anyone from the agencies could answer me.
Good afternoon, Senator. Michelle Francis, Executive Director, Office of Health Information Technology. I will share a few comments and then I will pass it off to CEO Craig Bem. He runs HIE infrastructure in over 7 states that are all being governed by health data utilities. So you mentioned Maryland. CRISP Shared Services runs in Maryland. I'll ask him to speak to the value of health data utility. Once again, it comes down to governance. And we're not talking about governance of someone's, of my iTunes account. We're talking about very personal, very critical healthcare data that is highly regulated.
Ma'am, okay. Give me a second. I'm running out of time. I am fully aware. I have an iTunes account, so we're not comparing the same thing. I understand the importance of privacy. I understand all of that. And we already have laws on the books that say people's information can't be given out. We have laws on the books where you can't block people's information. These things already exist, so I understand all of that. I just am trying to figure out the cost effectiveness and the necessity of setting this up, especially when it comes to our population size. Many states that are even way larger than us have not even gone to this extreme, and they have millions upon millions of people's data and information they are managing. So why is it we always have to be these little guinea pigs for these high expensive projects and boards and payouts and CEOs? I mean, I'm still wheeling over this office of school maintenance Now you coming before me to go create something again? What is the necessity of it? Now, I heard I'm going to be honest with you, you're not getting my support for this piece of legislation. I can't speak for my other 14 colleagues, but I have to be responsible when it comes to cost effectiveness, necessity, and we could still do this based on all of my research. It could still be done and housed and set up rules and regulations and governance, whether it's through laws or policy, to keep it exactly where it is, and it could be done through a contract. So God bless you, but I'm not co-signing on it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Alma Francis Heidegger. Any responses?
I will ask others at this table to respond because, quite frankly, it's taken a while to get here, 20 years, because it comes down to governance. When we started with the idea of a Medicaid-only approach, our FQHCs, we were going to have them share a vote. The hospitals were going to have a shared vote. And it was the leaders of these entities that said, we're responsible to know how our patients' health data will be shared. And for us to participate, we need inclusive governance. You can sign contracts, but who's regulating that contract? Who's setting up the contract? And contract for what? We can sign a contract as Medicaid did with CRISP shared services, but then we're asking every single entity to contribute their data to this public infrastructure. So all of them have a right to say, we want a voice at the table, but I will ask you to ask others in St. Croix and at the table.
Sure, and before I give them an opportunity, is there precedence, and you're the subject matter experts, is there precedence for there being an HDU before there is a HIE?
Yes, and I'm going to ask for Craig Bem to speak to this because, again, he's living it as both the technology provider and a health data utility member.
Okay.
Thank you so much for these questions. Craig Bem, CEO of CRISP Shared Services. I'm very impressed and excited to see the research and homework you've all done. These questions are magnificent. So I think it's very important to think about the evolution of data exchange. Most states, including the states we work in, started with health information exchange because the only option available was to push clinical documents back and forth between different provider types. What we found is that as the technology advances and the needs of populations change, moving clinical documents just simply is not enough. And so we're looking at public health agencies that want to combine birth and death records with the clinical documents. Or we're looking at Medicaid agencies that want to understand coverage and access as it relates to healthcare conditions. And so it was a necessary evolution for most places to do the basic exchange before they did the more advanced exchange. We're seeing, I think, a number of states and territories that are really leapfrogging kind of the long evolution the rest of us had to do because the technology's ready. It comes down to the question of governance. And that's where I would echo Executive Director Francis. The technology is ready. It's there. We have a contract. We've done some of the work already to do the exchange. I believe what this bill does, which is vital, is create a voice to govern the data. It essentially is a commitment for everybody who's participating to say, we want this asset. We want it to do the best things for Virgin Islanders, and we want those things to be transparent and meaningful and efficient. And so the governance is just vital to this whole process. And I'm very excited to see the commitment that's come from this entire body.
Thank you very much for your response. I'm going to get my colleague, Senator Gittins, to move forward with your 4 minutes. I know you have another important matter to attend, so you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You must know I only have about 4 questions for real. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, let's look at the governance and oversight of this bill. So the HDU is described as an independent and autonomous entity, correct?
Correct.
So what's the specific safeguards to prevent any political influence regarding vendor contracts, etc.?
That's written into the bill, and I'm going to look for the specific subsection, Senator. This is Michelle Francis, Executive Director of OHIT. But written into the bill explicitly, no board member that they have to disclose and cannot continue on the board if they've got a direct conflict of interest. So if they own a solution, the board would not be able to vote on using that solution.
So excellent, because I was going to the composition and the conflict of interest next, because I see you have 12 board seats. How did you determine that 12, and what conflict of interest policies would you have in place to prevent healthcare providers, insurance, or vendors from actually influencing decisions for financial gain?
So again, we've written into this bill, and you'll just have to permit me time to look, and I'll find you the specific subsection.
Right, and just tell me if you will have written policies and procedures in place.
Absolutely, and it's written into the articles of incorporation and into the bylaws that is expressly listed. You asked about the board composition.
Yeah.
And that came as a result, and Director Smith can speak to this as well. As I had mentioned, it would be easier to say two people, one agency will just be like, we're doing this. By the way, folks, we did this. And then there would be the outcry from everyone who has to safeguard that data. So we met with the FQHCs, we met with the hospitals, and they all said we must have a voice in how this is governed and how the data is shared. We met with Dr. Odlum and Dr. Greenberg.
Okay, I don't need to know who you met with, but I
Okay.
just wanted to know how it was determined for the 12, so you've satisfied that. So with regards to all of that, because that sounds good, so looking at the accountability piece, who's ultimately, who is the HDU ultimately accountable to? Government
ultimately
House,
as
Government House, the legislature?
To the legislature.
Department of Health, Department of Human Services, who? And how will the performance actually be publicly evaluated?
While it is a not-for-profit, the legislature has broad ability to call, and it calls for an annual audit. This bill calls for an annual audit of the health data utility before this board.
Great. And who will be conducting the audit?
That we have to work out once the board is formed in terms of all the details of the infrastructure.
So we need to make sure that we follow through on these, because that sounds good, but we need to make sure that we follow through on that accountability piece and ensuring that we have the policy and procedures in place. And lastly, regarding the data privacy and security, will patient participation in the actual health information exchange be opt-in or out, and how will patients be clearly informed of their rights?
That's a great question. So it's opt-out, and I appreciate you asking that. So opt-out, currently when you go to a doctor, you get two pieces of paper, the HIPAA, you sign that they're going to abide by HIPAA. Then there would be a second sheet or a third sheet that advises that your information is being shared with the Health Information Exchange. You can sign if you don't want that to happen and you want to opt out. So that will be included when you check in.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues, for the leniency. Thank you for your responses as well.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you're recognized for your... Sorry, Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon, thank you. I always look up on the screen, you'll see a few of us inside here. Good afternoon to my colleagues. I've always had concern about special purpose vehicles, so we'll see how this goes. But I want to start out asking ED Director Francis, if the HDU becomes financially unsustainable, what contingency plan exists to ensure continuity of the health data exchange without creating additional financial obligation to the government?
Thank you for that question, Senator Michelle Francis. Again, the bill actually writes in the ability to and the need for the Health Data Utility Board to appear before this body. If the board, I can't say we, if the board were to run into financial troubles, that's to be publicly shared. Assistant Commissioner Tasha Phillips Dorsett shared in her testimony the funding change from CMS. All the monies that are received are reportable, they're auditable, and need to be shared. And this legislation includes the ability for this body to audit that and to recommend that this looks like it's running into trouble, and to look at other resources.
Slow down. My question is clear. If you run in trouble, what's your plan? You're telling me to come back to me for more money.
So what
is your plan?
We have recommended to this body, who can help authorize where funds come from, a recommendation on funding, but then it's also the responsibility of the board to pursue grant funding, to pursue, and they can, as a board, tiered fees and any pledges to the health data utility. So there's cost sharing that's spread across board members as well.
Time is of essence, so I'm going to leave it at that. My next question is, what is the projected total cost of implementing and operating the HDU over the next 5 years?
So we've anticipated about $1.5 million a year. In terms of that is really looking at the fees coming from the health information exchange, the paying for the technology and the licensing, and includes nominally for, I think there's 3 paid members to run the utility included in that. So we're talking a little over, it's about $8 million in 5 years.
All right, I don't think I need to ask much more question because I foresee some serious issues here. But before we go far, how much additional local fund will be required annually due to the reduction in the federal CMS matching fund from 90-10 to 50-50? And how will this impact the Territory General Fund or Medicaid budget?
Okay. So good afternoon. I'm Tasha Phillips Dorsett, Assistant Commissioner. So the funding model that was proposed for FY 2025 and FY 2026 consists of 2 parts. So if you look at it as a 50-50, what the Medicaid share will cover, 90% of that will come from the federal government, and then the additional 10% would come from the local government. So on the Medicaid side, let's say it's $856,270. That's the total cost for like Medicaid's 50%. 90% of that, which would be federal share, would be $770,661. So then you'd have the 10% that would be funded by local funds. Overall, the GVI as a territory has to fund the additional 50%. So that's another $856,270 in total. And that's why Director Francis mentioned earlier, it's about $1.7 million or so per year to fund the entire project, but it's being cost allocated between Medicaid and the overall territory of the Virgin Islands. And I think I need to add here, we didn't mention it earlier, but like our Cigna government health insurance plan, if they're going to participate in the HIE, then they would more than likely have to pay a small fee to participate as well. So that's why the governance is important, because it's not just governmental agencies or programs that are contributing. It's spread across the entire territory. It's interconnected circles of agencies and pots of money that is going to sustain the overall goal of an HIE. And as a person who suffers with 3 chronic conditions, and I have to travel between the mainland US and VI and sort of cobblestone my healthcare for as long as I remain alive, and HIE would be useful because you don't have to walk with CDs on discs. You don't have to wait for somebody to fax your lab result to another entity. The care is continuous, and it is less stressful, and your anxiety level is lowered when you're trying to just live and survive. Thank you for that time.
My time have been called, right? But I'll close with this. All what you just said doesn't change the fact that you're going to still have to travel. And if we invest into our hospitals to make sure that we could try to avoid folks from keep traveling out, I think that'll be our better position. No matter what we say here today, you're still going to have to travel out. And you just made a statement, you say it's going to cost the providers a small fee. I don't like when people tell me small fee, and I like people to tell me numbers, because the people out there who's going to pay that small fee wants to know what we're voting on that it's going to cost them. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. I don't know if Ms. Francis, Director Francis, or Assistant Commissioner Dorset mentioned what the emergency surcharge is projected to generate. Did we do those projections?
We have a broad projection of 500,000 to 900,000 per year. It just depends on the bigger numbers of those paying that fee.
So we know that the $300,000 from ARPA is one time, and time limited. It's a time limited federal resource. And between the emergency service surcharge, the fees that you're proposing that the health insurance may have to chip in for, you are confident that this is a sustainable endeavor? Because we're excited about this, I don't think anybody in the Virgin Islands would say, I am not interested in having this efficient medical system. We've all gone to Cleveland Clinic. We've all been excited to see them print out our medical stuff, and it just shifts over to the next doctor. The doctor sees everything that you did before. I mean, it's a beautiful, fantastic, first-class system that I am very excited about the possibilities of it coming to fruition here in the territory. We just want to make sure that it happens and it is sustainable. And we're not just dangling something that sounds good and looks good that is not going to be able to be sustainable because of funding. And I think that's why you're kind of getting a little pushback, because we just want clarity as to what is it going to cost us. I mean, are you saying we're going to need an appropriation, an extra appropriation from this body? Is that realistically what is going to happen in order for this initiative to be sustainable in the long run?
I will let others who want to respond, but I want to just clarify a few things. When we say a nominal fee, there's actual standards and precedents. So most providers pay per member per record, because you're drawing down, you say, I want information on this patient. So that number, once we move along this road, will become clear. It won't be arbitrary. It won't change from day to day. It will be to participate. It's that you will contribute X amount per patient per record. Also, in terms of sustainability, that is my concern and question in OHIT, where I sit in OHIT, and I know that's represented amongst the board as well. There are a number of grants that we can explore to go after as well. But again, without a health data utility, without a dedicated resource, you're asking me with a staff of 1.5, you're asking Gary Smith, who's under-resourced, to come up with a grant specialist. That has to be paid for somewhere and resourced somewhere, whether we have a health data utility or not. We're not able to safeguard this because we just add an unfunded mandate to someone's lap. That is also irresponsible to do. So the same way that we prioritize finding money for projects in the Virgin Islands, for another utility that provides us power and water, it's all of our collective responsibility to figure out how to make this sustainable. And again, there are opportunities for grants. We need the resources and the bodies to be able to look at that and create this picture. And that's why the Health Data Utility Board and its staff are being proposed today.
Okay. I won't push back. Thank you very much for your response, Mr. Smith.
Yeah, good afternoon, Gary Smith, Medicaid Director. First and foremost, the sustainability plan on any technology project is most important, and I think that the HDU is a vehicle to ensure that that happens. Coming from a CMS perspective, CMS wants to ensure alignment with their requirements and guidelines as far as funding is concerned, and the HDU will provide that guidance and ensure that that happens. But then also, the failure of these types of projects is due to governance, and I think that's the main, point of the HDU board, utility board. The governance of how the health information exchange functions, how it moves forward, how it sets its policies, how it shares its data. But then again, the end result, which is coordination of benefits, continuity of care, and also discharge planning, which is a huge, huge gap that Medicaid beneficiaries suffer on a regular basis.
Thank you very much for your response. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. I agree with the concept of what we're trying to do. I just don't agree with this bill as written, and I'll tell you why. Right now, in the bill says exchange or VI health information exchange or HIE means authorized electronic network for the sharing of health information between healthcare professional providers or providers, institutions, payers, consumers, public health agencies, departments, and other authorized participants. So, Director Francis, you said you have contracts. So who authorized you to go into contract with these entities at this point without all of this in place? How is that authorization given?
So this office started out, this is part of the reason this office was created, was to give focused support to Medicaid, which had the Medicaid CMS funding, which was the largest pot of funding at the time, to figure out how we can do this. Again, you're charging an agency with responsible for things like eligibility and enrollment and care of all of their patients with this massive responsibility of figuring out how to contract.
Okay, so excuse me. So I got that. I got that, and I think that's laudable. The issue I have is on page 7B. No Virgin Islands laws, rules, or orders governing administrative procedures or personnel apply to the HDU, its activities, board members, officers, or employees except as otherwise provided for in this chapter. Again, and then we still have to turn around and make sure you cover your retirement, we cover your workers' compensation. So it's, from time you tell me no Virgin Islands laws, I am one of those who make laws. Then you tell me rules governing can't have any say. But then you're coming to me to tell me that those are red flags to me personally, because then you could do what you want. So you can charge when this system goes into existence, if it goes into existence, every private doctor that some individual have to go to, then you charge them a fee for them to get that information from you. You can do that. Because nothing to stop you from doing that.
May I respond, Senator?
Yes.
Yes. So
Can you charge a fee for every doctor who I have to go to a doctor, 10 different doctors?
no, not for every doctor.
1 minute.
It's by entity. So we're charging hospitals, we're charging FQHCs, we're charging Department of Health and Human Services. They're paying by their number of providers. This bill is actually written.
Again, it's only got 4 minutes. I'm just rushing. So as it stands right now, based on what you're the director of, you have 2 employees. What is your budget right now?
So my budget is separate from the health data utility.
Okay, so what is it?
My budget this year was $400,000.
Okay, and that comes from which department?
That comes from this body through the general fund.
Right, through the general fund. It covers the health insurance and all of that.
Yes, because OHIT is under the office of the governor.
Right.
It's not a separate
Right, so
entity.
in other words, that's being done. That was already being done, put in place, where you took the authorization and you started the ball rolling. It was needed. With the issue here that I have, I'll wrap up, Mr. Chair, in regards to a nonprofit organization where it basically telling me, it is not governed by the laws and rules and different things, it puts me in a position as to throwing money into a black hole. That's how I see it. And then you don't have a set budget for it because you're under the governor's office. When this administration goes, do you still have a job?
Well, that's the whole purpose of the health data utility.
And that's what I'm saying.
So that it's not prone to the ebbs and flows of an election cycle. If my office is eliminated, and it was housed in my office, if it was housed in my office in OHIT, that means another governor could come along and say, I don't want this office and we don't have the money for it. And then everything that was done for all the providers to share information would fall. This actually reduces that risk. And if you look at subsection 1004 and 1007.
My time was called, you could talk, you could mention the chair's time. But I was saying then to me, it could be under a department and have it done that it stays. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. I don't want to abuse it.
Thank you very much.
If she could follow up with what she wanted to say, I just didn't want to abuse my time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Dwayne DeGraff. You may respond on the chair's time.
Neutrality came up as one of the loudest responses when when I came into my office and discussions were had around a health information exchange. Every provider that I met with and institution said, we need a body where this is not going to be if it's regulating itself, there were concerns. If it's just being funded by just the government, this bill actually provides exclusion from the general fund being drained to make this operate. It gives wider ability to seek funding. And then in subsection 1004 and 1007, and I'm open to an amendment being added there, but it emphasizes that all activities must remain not only compliant with federal law, but with VI law. That is in this bill. So if anyone believes that we should amend that, I am very open to that, and I believe that those here would be as well.
Thank you very much for your response, Director Francis. Senator Angel Bolquez Jr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Just in here, subsection.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, and Mr. Chair, listening and viewing audience, central staff. There is no scenario where implementation is free. The purpose of the legislation is for a long-term efficiency healthcare in the digital realm, and by providing this digital support system, it reduces duplicate testing, improves care coordination, and lowers preventable readmissions and strengthens our Medicaid oversight. At present, our healthcare system operates in silos. The hospitals maintain separate systems. Private providers maintain independent records. Medicaid processes claims independently. and off-island providers function outside of the local data visibility. I mean, at the end of the day, this is a win for the healthcare system. However, there are some gaps or gray areas. As we know, not every bill before us at the first hearing is perfect, and supposedly we will have to make adjustments. I have a question because, and just for the sake of reiteration, first CMS awarded funding up to 90%, and then it was changed, a 90%, 10% local match. However, CMS later revised the funding structure to 50% on both sides. Could someone on the panel tell me why that happened?
Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Senator. Tasha Phillips Dorset, Assistant Commissioner. So we've gone through several iterations of the cost allocation model. At one point, CMS came to us and said they were only going to fund it at 43% based on how many beneficiaries would be enrolled from the Medicaid standpoint. Because CMS is funding us because DHS operates the Medicaid program. So we've gone back and forth with CMS on several occasions, and we were able to get it bumped up to 50% Medicaid, with 90% of the 50% being funded by federal dollars and 10% of the 50% being funded by local dollars. I'll let Director Smith expound a little bit more on that.
So, yeah, Gary Smith, Medicaid Director. So, when CMS sponsors a technology project, you're allowed a design, development, implementation match rate at 90-10. After that, after that is completed, 75-25 once the system is certified. However, because you have other entities, agencies that are going to be participating in the health information exchange, that cost allocation plan had to be implemented, and that was shared with us back in August of 2024. So thereby, AC mentioned 43%, then it went to 47%, and then they came back and approved 50%. And, I also like to share with everyone, that's where Puerto Rico's health information exchange is right now. They're currently at a 50-50 cost allocation plan where CMS is sponsoring 50% of that cost, and the other 50% is sponsored by Puerto Rico. Hereby, same model being proposed to the Virgin Islands.
Okay, so once implemented, the CMS match shifts from 50-50 to 75-25 local match, which is for the Medicaid portion, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question, Senator?
Time.
Mr. Chair, if I may, please.
You may wrap up, Senator.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Once implemented, the CMS match shifts from 50-50 to 75-25 local, which is the Medicaid portion, correct?
Yes, it will be the 50% of Medicaid would be at 75-25. And then the other 50% would be the territory's responsibility. However, the other agencies that are participating, they will contribute to that cost.
Is there a way to scale down the amount of agencies to get a larger match?
Wouldn't be as useful.
Do you want me to respond to that?
CMS right now is going to, their position is 50%. I'll defer to Director Francis.
So
one last thing on the
CMS.
Is the system, would the system become, thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bolkers. We kind of missed that last statement that you made.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was trying to just squeeze in one last question while they answered the last one. I was asking if the system would be comparable with VA, Veterans Affairs.
Okay.
We have a veterans population in the Virgin Islands, and we want to know if they will also be, if the Veterans Affairs medical clinics would be able to access the information as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bokes. I'll let them respond on the chair's time.
Michelle Francis, Office of Health Information Technology. To answer the last question, yes, the purpose of the utility is to enable all across the territory for all who need to participate and want to participate to be able to do so. In terms of the question of would CMS increase their contribution potentially if less agencies participated, they're looking at their numbers of providers and they're looking at their numbers of participants. And they also bring technology to what's called to the door. So you're still going to need, if you want the hospital data, Medicaid is not going to pay for the records, the electronic medical records, to be in a safe and secure place. So we're also looking at the cost of safe and securely connecting to the exchange. And if we reduce the number of participants, you reduce the utility. Because if you take out the labs, then we don't get labs in there. If you reduce the number of people, you have less data and you still have an incomplete picture and you create more silos.
Thank you for your response. Senator Cordville, I know you have a flight to catch. You may proceed with your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. So in terms of the total cost to get this new nonprofit entity up and running, you're estimating $1.8 million a year?
Currently, with the data we do have, yes, Senator. I don't want to say that that wouldn't change. That's with estimating the data that we've just gathered from CMS, especially in their cost allocation, the cost of licensing from CRISP Shared Services, and then estimating cost for, I think it's 3 staff to run the utility.
And offices on Boat Island?
So what was built into that, there was a nominal rental fee built in because the hope is being able to utilize existing infrastructure.
So you're hoping to be housed under one of the present government departments for free?
For OHIT. OHIT has had a conversation with the Diabetes Center of Excellence about what they've done to bring costs down.
They also come to this body for money on a regular basis and request more money because they are not able to sustain at the present budget that they have. I need to see the budget. I need a detailed budget because this comes with hardware and software and all different type of stuff. So as to exactly whether or not how much you're going to be dependent on this body is left to be seen. And definitely in the bill, you have Section 5 where you're increasing the surcharge from $2 to $2.50. And then you went ahead and changed the breakdown of all of those entities that were presently receiving monies. Who helped you with that breakdown? I see you changed the money for JFL, the police department, fire, EMS. Who made those recommendations? You had discussion with all of those entities in reference to decreasing the amount of monies that they presently receive?
I did not personally decrease those numbers. We proposed the emergency services fund as
it's a decrease. You went 10% was before for fire emergency services. It's down to 8%. The hospitals were 15%. It's down to 12%. So it's a decrease. It's in the bill, and I'm looking at the original legislation.
Can I?
Go ahead.
Okay. Tasha Phillips Dorset, Assistant Commissioner, DHS. I think, Senator Vialli, what the group who put together this bill was trying to accomplish is to come to the body with a proposed funding source instead of trying to rely on unfunded mandates.
And I saw that. So what you did was you carved out 20% for the health information, for the HUD. You carved out 20% of those monies collected. But the question to me is you carved that 20% out, but you never had any discussion with any of the entities who you're reducing the amount that they were getting before. And then some of the language is changed from what was in the original bill that was passed during the 35th legislature. Before it was 15% to Wang Louis and 15% to Snyder for the purchase of hospital bed, and as a contribution to the salaries for behavioral health nurses. I think it's just changed to 15 and 12% just to the entity. There's no specific, before the monies were for a specific cause, and it was under a lot of behavioral health because apparently this was some 988 bill that was passed in the 35th legislature. So you need to look back at that particular bill, 8957, and see how that has changed. Because the bill was to address behavioral health. A lot of the categories were addressing behavioral health. Now, I'll finish, Mr. Chair. When you're reading, you're just seeing that all of these states had a health information exchange already set up, functioning. And then now some of those states are transitioning to HUD, but not a lot have already done that. It's really in infancy. HDU. But it's in an infancy stage with the exception of one or two entities. So HIEs are still being literally in most jurisdictions across the nation. And we have not been able to get our HIE together. Okay, and we said the breaching on ours got some reason, but we have not really had it flowing. And I was wondering, we jump in from not being able to have a HIE to having a HDU when states are in the infancy and moving from a HIE to a HDU or using some system where they're kind of integrating both. And then I know you said you have a contract with the groups, what is it, CRIPS?
CRISP Shared Services.
CRIPS Shared Services, and they were originally Connecticut, Washington, Maryland. They were handling those jurisdictions.
Yes.
And you have a contract with them?
Yes, we do.
And what is the
Medicaid has a
cost of the
contract.
executed contract?
Sorry, repeat that question, Senator.
What is the cost of the CRIPS contract, and for how many years is that contract?
Gary Smith, Medicaid Director. The current CRISP contract is a total of, for FY26, $620,040. So for a 2-year period, like about $1.2 million.
Okay, so 600,000, and you have a $1.8 million budget, so you're down to 1.2 million for rent, hardware, personnel.
The CRISP Shared Services is the Gary Smith, Medicaid Director. CSS, or CRISP Shared Services, is the technology vendor. Their cost is going to be a part of the HDU cost, isn't it?
Yeah, the cost is a part of the $1.8 million proposed budget that you have.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and we're creating an independent, autonomous, and autonomous really means like you're separate and apart from this government. And the way you have it, you are separate and apart because you're saying that there's no changes X, Y, and Z. But that separate, autonomous, independent, nonprofit will receive all the benefits. The employees will receive all the same benefits as a regular government employee.
Yes, sir, that is proposed.
Okay, I think we need to really get this HIE together. And my hesitation is sitting here for like 10th year now. We fund Vivis to the tune of millions of dollars, and Department of Health can't get it off the ground. There was a Department of Education weren't able to do anything. We sponsor cancer registry every year for hundreds of thousands of dollars. You can't get data, you can't get this. Now you're creating a separate, independent, autonomous, nonprofit. Well, we have millions of dollars from this institution, and we still don't have any data, but we believe all of a sudden this is just going to be the great thing. Get a health information exchange first, get that running, and then come before this body and let's do the HDU. Get one thing running so we can know. And then I'm going to hear the answer, the bureaucracy. You got the same bureaucracy, the same government players. East End Health Clinic, major financial struggles. Both hospitals, major financial struggles. I mean, I have an open mind, but we have spent billions of dollars on these. And I just don't know at this point if we are able with this transition to a HDU immediately when we don't even have a HIE, and every other state that is implementing a HDU have a HIE that's working. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Viale. Senator Avery Lewis.
Me? Oh.
You're recognized. Oh, wait, no. No, we're going to circle back because Yes. We're actually going to go to... Jeez, we all the way down here. Senator Hubert Fredericks, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think I'm going to fly to St. Thomas next time. I feel like I'm left out. A pleasant good afternoon, listening and viewing audience, testifiers, my office and central staff. Very interesting discussion. This is how bureaucracies are formed in government. For those people who are listening to this, it's the sausage that's being made, and it's not pretty sometimes. You know, you're trying to get to a certain outcome. We would all love to have an electronic medical records, and it sounds simple, and we should be able to travel wherever in the world, and it's there. But this is the process. It gets complicated, and it gets expensive. And we know currently we can't pay for our current vendors who are providing services to us. So we're going to have to scrutinize this even deeper, especially when we haven't even gotten the basic things established yet. The idea of a health insurance exchange, a health information exchange, is something that should be up and running before we could even talk about adding an oversight arm for it, because we don't know what it's going to cost us, and we're not in the position to guess right now. Why did we change it? In the bill, it spoke about Vitima being the oversight agency. Why was that changed? That's my first question, because I know we went to an independent board setting, but Vitima was the agency that was supposed to be the lead on this. Ms. Francis?
I'm sorry, sir. I am. That was not proposed in the bill for them to take the lead on this. But if I could address your other questions, well, I want to answer your question. I am a little confused. The health information exchange, to be very clear, is a technology. CRISP Shared Services cannot come to the Virgin Islands and tell the hospitals to participate, nor provide the data use agreements. That has to be coordinated somewhere. So we could go back to saying, we want this to be a Medicaid-only HIE and put the burden on Medicaid, and they would not have the ability to go seek any additional funding. And so it would only be a very small, limited enterprise. That is an option on the table. The HIE on its own is technology. Someone has to govern how that technology is used. This body could say that would be OHIT.
One second, because time is of the essence. So Vitima was not initially stated in the bill as being the HDU substitute. I'm looking at it right now, just before the bill summary on the bill.
Sorry, can you direct me to what page you're on?
16. Mr. Chair, can I preserve my time?
Yes, please hold Senator Frederick's time.
Yeah, that I believe in that section that you're referring to, it's putting the health data utility as a recipient of these emergency services fund.
Yes. So why did we change it from Vitima?
He said after.
Yeah, it's to put us after Vitima. Vitima is not removed.
Okay. And how did we come up with the 12-member board instead of something less?
Again, less is more expedient, but to have representative governance of the bodies that are required to share their data, it was in meeting with all of them that I will be very transparent. That was very hard fought, and Director Smith can speak to that. That was not, no one woke up and said we want more members, but to be fair and inclusive, and to have the buy-in. If we want these entities to participate, they wanted inclusive governance. And then again, I've heard it said that health data utilities, no one has them, but this is not made up by the USVI. This is national best practice. And I came back from a conference in LA of all the HIEs across the United States that are moving to a model of more inclusive governance. Their governance wasn't, it's just in the HIE. They sat in either Medicaid departments, but then they were failing because other providers, especially private providers, were failing to participate.
And were they funded the same way you're proposing this get funded?
They're funded in a variety of ways depending on the state, Senator. Obviously, some states have more leeway to provide funding, but the funding comes in a variety of ways. A mix of public funding, grants, private funding. All health data utilities involve a mix of funding.
Okay, and last but not least, we're looking at revenues in the neighborhood of, what was the projected amount you anticipated?
1.8.
Revenues or the cost each year?
No, revenues after right now we're paying shared services, CRIS services, 1.6 million over 2 years.
Yes,
right?
about
1.2.
1.2, about 1.2.
1.2. Okay, and so we're anticipating it's going to be funded solely from this government of about what? What are you thinking we're going to have to budget since we don't have an idea? No budget was provided to us, so what do you think it's going to cost to cover that?
And I do ask for your patience and forgiveness with that. We've been working with Human Services because, quite frankly, the cost allocation changed. We did have a 5-year budget based on the former 90-10 cost allocation, so the time is needed to go back and fix that so that we're presenting the appropriate numbers. But we're anticipating in year one, the anticipated cost in year one is about 1.8 million because of the $300,000 appropriation. This OHIT has also subgranted funds from our $1 million in grants that we went after to reduce the fees in this year for the hospitals and the FQHCs to connect.
So we're going to lose the 300,000 from ARPA if we don't spend it this year, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much for your response. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Hebert Frederick. Senator Carla J. Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Pleasant good day to everyone. This is some very high-scale discussion, and I just want to make sure I'm grasping what this proposal seeks to do. Now, we have utilities here. We have different utilities. This is adding another utility, but this utility is going to be under the healthcare. And the reasoning behind us doing this is so that we have one entity that is responsible for providing some governance for these health information exchange, and how the information comes in, as well as how it goes out. Tell me if I'm on target.
You're mostly on target, yes.
Okay, all right. You say mostly, but okay. So now you are going to be able to assess fees to individuals or entities that utilize your services, correct?
So the legislation proposes that a cost allocation plan has to first be presented to this body and approved before any fees can be assessed.
And the fees you're going to assess is to whom?
Fees are per agency by the cost allocation plan based on utility. So if Department of Human Services and Department of Health are gaining the greatest utility, the cost allocation plan will recommend that there's a burden that's put. It's not an equal burden to the small individual provider.
Okay, now tell me, would VI Equicare, you're familiar with that entity, would that become or looked at or be perceived as a health information exchange entity?
No. So they are a board member, but they're not an entity. They're a PPO, and they don't manage technology to share records amongst their providers. That's not the
Okay,
the
so
purpose.
I was looking and just doing a bit of research, and I saw that like in certain states, like in Nebraska, Maryland, they have different health information exchange entity. It's not just one. They have different. So my thought was that this entity would be the governance of how all of them collect or even extract information. But we only have one here in the Virgin Islands based on our economies of scale.
Correct. And that one HIE includes all providers. So in Maryland, you've got millions potentially, or California, of providers, and the states are divided by regions. They want to conduct healthcare in different ways based on, the health metrics of a certain region. We're so small here that you only need one health information exchange, but again, that's the technology provider. And so you need a neutral board to govern how that data is actually shared and what the permitted uses are.
Okay, so, and that's why I asked the question, and you said mostly. I said if you needed some way to see how that data is collected, what data is collected, and that how it's shared. And so you do. Don't you guys? You have to answer in the record, so we are clear because the stenographer is taking. So is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let me just ask another question because. What is the funding amount you've received? Well, you already answered that, Department of Human Services. You say 1.2 million. About that, you received for CRISP, which is a Chesapeake Regional Information System for our patients. How much do you receive? You said it was 800,000 or so a year for CRISP.
CRISP shared services, currently we received funding in the total of $620,000 for fiscal year 26.
Okay. All right. So, Director Francis, what other funding source? Because my concern is, as I've heard my colleagues, I don't want us to be getting into the bureaucracy of creating another boards and commission, which is going to take away from other vital services. So I need to know your hard sell. How are you going to sell this to us? The necessity of doing this type of new board and what we need it for. Is it funding for us to have federal access to grants that we don't have access to because we don't have a nonprofit? Give us your elevator sell for this, because I'm not hearing it, and I know it's a bit complicated. So give us your elevator sell for this legislation.
Thank you, Senator, for the opportunity. The health data utility creates a neutral space that is not dependent on or subject to, one, the highs and lows of an election cycle. So it provides stability. Two, it provides, as you mentioned, increased ability to go after funds. If this is a government-only run entity, the government of the Virgin Islands has to come up with the 50%, and there's no entity that can go and receive additional grants and pursue innovative ways of financing. And three, without a governing body, you'll have a piece of technology that that will have a hard time operating without the governance that's needed.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I have one follow-up question, if you won't.
You may wrap up.
Thank you.
Senator.
I want to also ask you, what an amount do you anticipate with this new board, this new entity, would you be eligible to receive in external funding? External is out of the general fund, not the fund, any external funding. What have you seen that is out there that this entity will be able to collect? Because we need you to be self-sufficient. People can't, we have Waste Management Authority, we are paying all of their money. We are paying the operating costs. We can't have that anymore. I cannot. I'm not going to support anything like that.
Yes, if I may, as mentioned, my office, OHIT, in our limited capacity was able to secure $1 million in funding in 1 year that has gone back to the hospitals and to help secure local match. The increased ability of a health data utility that is staffed to find grants, there's ASPR grants, beyond CMS, there are CDC grants. There's about 5 agencies that we've looked at, including, interestingly, hopefully for this body, I was in DC last week and we were told by the Office of the National Coordinator that we should look at a Department of Defense angle because we're strategically positioned in the Caribbean and most of the other countries are now putting in infrastructure from China. So there are exponential opportunities that have yet to be explored. But if it's housed in, it just stays within government, the ability for that to be done consistently, I can't speak to.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it. I'm still having some concerns, but I appreciate your ability to articulate some of the things that can happen should this piece of legislation go through. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the leeway.
Thank you very much, Senator Carla J. Joseph. Point of information, Senator Avery Lewis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, good afternoon to everyone. I'd like to ask the CEO, Ms. Baptiste, a question. She's still there with us? CEO?
Yes.
Baptiste? Okay.
Good afternoon.
Yes, in absence of this, this legislation and what we're trying to achieve here today, I know how does internally in the hospitals, how does records be communicated? Do we have a system in place for this? Because let me just tell you an experience I had real quick. I went to the emergency room one time on Friday, got discharged, came back like the Sunday to Monday, you know, similar issues, but had to redo all the tests and everything again. So what's the communication process with this? What we're trying to achieve here, eliminate that, or, you know, help me? Because tell me internally what happens.
Darlene Baptiste, CEO, Governor Warren Fleetwood Hospital and Schneider Regional Medical Center. Senator, to your particular query, that occurrence is not indicative of what the HDU or the HIE. Your occurrence is because we're still working through Schneider's bubble system. And of course, at JFL, we're still pretty much hybrid. We're still transitioning out of our cyber incident. So that
No, this was long before, that's what I'm talking about, long before any breach or any bubble or anything, long before.
Okay. Well, a lot of it could be stemmed from the system that we're currently under, which is Meditech, is not as robust a system as needed. Going forward with a new health information record and this particular system, this is giving you real-time data specifically to your event.
So again, that's the point I was trying.
In technology.
That's the point I was trying to get to. With this new system, this new what we're proposing here, gone are the days when you go Monday, you got to do everything over Thursday, your doctor across the street don't know what's going on, I in so much pain I don't remember why I tell the emergency room, you know, you could laugh, but it's the truth. And I'm going to rest there for my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis. Senator Novel Francis, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, and thank you all for your testimony. Michelle Francis, I don't want you to feel a little bit deflated today. I know there are a tremendous amount of work that has gone into this with you and your team in getting us to this point, and we truly appreciate the work that have gone forward. You spoke about the fact that from 2001, we've been having this circular discussion about the implementation of our electronic records and just really being able to have all of this information in place. And certainly I believe that there is a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. And, we just need to get to that point. I think today we still have some unknowns that we're hoping that, at some point, especially for me, as the chair of Budget Appropriations and Finance, is that we have to make that determination in terms of the financial component of this. I'm hoping that we could get an opportunity to vet this, perhaps in my committee, so that we could be able to really hone in on the precise funding that's required for moving this forward. Because we could pass a bill today, but if we don't have the correct structure, if we don't have the correct funding in place, it just sits on somebody's shelves. And we don't want that. There's tremendous amount of work that has gone into this, and I think that if we're really going to make a consultative effort, we need to make sure that we get it right. Sitting here at this legislature for quite some time, I've often asked the questions about the hospital mortality rates. I've asked about the uncompensated care and the costs. I've asked about system efficiency, quality oversight, and there's always that lack of information because we have not been able to collect all of this data up front. And I see when I say we see some light at the end of the tunnel, is that there is an opportunity for us to be able to get that done in putting this system in place. And I agree with my colleagues that perhaps we need to ensure that when we talk about the healthcare modernization, that we really address the issue of the health information exchange, get that up and running, and then transition into the health data utility. So I wanted to ask you in terms of the breakdown, because my colleague was right in terms of the fact that we're anticipating some funding for this. We're talking about perhaps increasing the emergency service fund from $2 to $2.5. I am the bill sponsor that moved from $1 to $2. Oh my gosh. And I still have the scars to show for it. So I don't know who going to sign on to moving it to $250, but it's not going to be an easy lift, and we really has to be justified in being able to do that. But the issue of reducing some of these departments, and we're very careful in crafting how I think that the earmarked of the 40% to Vitima to pay for the 911 system, and whatever was remaining then splits across the various agencies, 6 to be exact: the Virgin Islands Police Department, Department of Health, the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services, the boat hospital, as well as the Bureau of Corrections. There is some reduction that have been made to those areas, and I know that under questioning, you say you have not had that discussion with the individual agencies in respect to what that impact will be. And I think it's critical that we're able to determine what that impact will be to those agencies, because again, they're very much involved in us being able to come up with those percentage numbers that we have seen moving forward. So any reduction definitely going to create an impact on those. You have a response?
Yes, Senator. Thank you for that question. To your last statement, the increase in amount is so we don't ask for someone to be eliminated from the fund, but that we add the health data utility, which, by the way, gives additional functionality to all of those listed. So,
but there is some reduction. But I'm sorry, no, I didn't mean to cut you off. But there is some reduction associated with that. I think that I saw across the board to come up with your 20%. You had to reduce some of those various agencies, which will leave an impact.
Adding 50 cents.
Yes, so I think to your point, I'm open to more analysis on that. We're adding 50 cents, not again asking for it to be depleted. So I think there's just more discussion and clarification. I do want to also make clear, though, that when we say starting with the HIE first, without a health data utility that provides governance and provides the language for the data use agreements and onboards the providers, this will retract back to Medicaid only, like immediately, because OHIT has been in the interim of waiting for legislation to pass, operating in that role and convening all of the people that you see here today. That's been in an interim. So I just want to be clear that this body will maybe be asked to identify who in government with an unfunded mandate will be able to do that moving forward.
Mr. Chair, may I just wrap up with a final point? Thank you. So in your submission, you talk about the fact, and thank you for saying that, right? And in your submission, you talk about the fact that we finally delivered the technology through CRIPS shared services. But technology alone is not enough. We need governance, funding, sustainability, and legislative support. And I wanted to ask you two questions, a shotgun question. One is what does the 50%, 50 cents, what does that number represent for you? One, two, and then what is the legislative support, like outside of the funding that you're asking for? I mean, we could go ahead with the rest of the bill. What is that legislative support that you need to ensure that we're moving forward on this particular bill?
Thank you, Senator. And I may ask Craig Bem, the CEO of CRISP Shared Services, to partially answer that, because again, he exists as the technology and he can speak to the difficulties of operating that technology without governance. But what this means in terms of the analysis we got on the emergency services surcharge was between $400,000 to $900,000 annually that could come from that. The support needed from this body is recognizing that I appreciate and recognize that many things have been proposed in special service agencies or in different ways that have not succeeded. But what we do know, and again, I've worked now for 5 years, forgive me, with all the people here. I've worked with our hospitals. I've worked with our providers who lose sleep at night because they're sending someone on a plane with a piece of paper on their chest, hoping that that person will be returned to the Virgin Islands whole. Hope is not a strategy. We can't hope that that burden can just be figured out by our providers. We cannot hope that our FQHCs and hospitals that are underfunded can figure it out. The support I need is for us to do that work together. We're not against each other. We all live here. So it's to say, okay, maybe this doesn't work here, but we're all trying to make this work. If we want to attract businesses to the Virgin Islands, we want to spend all this money building entities without the healthcare. What we hear from executives that come down here is, "Ooh, I wouldn't want my wife to have a baby here. Oh, I wouldn't want my family to be here because healthcare is the most important." So this is a bigger and broader economic argument, more than just what it costs today. I would charge this body to ask, what will it cost for this not to go forward? What will it cost if we have to close a hospital and transfer all those patients off island? What will it cost if all that uncompensated care is shifted to one hospital? What will it cost if we suffer another breach? We've spent already $8 to $12 million alone on the breaches, and that didn't get us a new system. That was just recovery. So if we're reactive, I would ask, let's also quantify the cost of not moving this forward.
Okay. Again, understanding the importance of this, I think the onus will be on us as a body to identify the $900,000 that may be required and not have to pass that 50 cent on to the public. I think that's what we should consider doing. And then I wanted to ask you, what about there was a report of $14.9 million that had gone in 2020 to address our electronic medical records. What happened with that funding?
Sir, I was not here at that time. I'm going to defer. I don't know, Director Smith, if you can speak to that.
Can I go ahead?
Yeah, you may proceed on the chair stand.
Gary Smith, Medicaid Director. So the $14.9 million you speak of, Senator Francis, is funds that were awarded under the high-tech or health information technology for economic and clinical health. And, you know, I was going to speak to that. A lot of the states that are currently operating health information exchanges stood up their HIEs under that funding law, which was passed under the Affordable Care Act. And it was a 90-10 match. You could go and improve your EHRs, your EMRs. They even provided there was an incentive program for private providers to upgrade their technology. The VI missed the boat because we could not come up with the local match, and it was a 2-year advanced planning document, and it would have required 10%. We lost out on that opportunity. But if I can also add, right, and I'm hearing the hesitation about the legislation, and this is a cry of mine from the time I started or began serving as the Medicaid director, and senators who have been, I believe I started in the 32nd, when the 32nd legislature was in. These types of projects and these types of endeavors require people sitting down and having conversations, including our legislators. There is no way that you all will be able to grasp and understand exactly what this is to help our community. Because if we don't invest in our health care, we will continue to see the same outcomes that we have. And if the legislation needs to be amended and changed, let's work together to do that. I just wanted to say that.
I have one thing.
If I could be recognized.
You may proceed on the chair's time.
Sorry, I just had, if I correct,
You may
Syria
proceed,
Cal, Red Hook Family Practice. I just want to say I've been here 19 years, and I've been asking the same question for 19 years. When I was introduced to OHIT for the first time 5 years ago, Director Francis came to my office, and I thought, what an endeavor. How can she do this? And she did it. So what I'm asking us is to look, one of the honorable senators today said, why are we doing it for such a small society with 87,000 people? It's $20 a person. Will cover the entire budget we're asking you for. But I think more importantly, health information, the HIE, I'm hearing from everybody today, let's do the HIE and then do the HDU. I think we're following the same mistake many states have made. If you were to look at the data that we have out there, HDU is where we need to be. That is how they're getting technology. And it's not just sharing clinical information, which is what an HIE is. An HIE is me seeing a patient and knowing they went to the hospital. And HDU is the next level of health. HDU is taking data. HDU is finding the funding for this data. And I think having this in the Virgin Islands, with the governance that we have, with the passion that has been shown today, means that we have the right people in the right spot, and we need to make a change to the Virgin Islands healthcare. Thank you.
Thank you. Point of information, Senator Joseph.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I have a question, and just to follow up, because I did do a cursory research, and I saw that some of the HDU in some of the states are really private. There are some that are private, and then there are some that are private-public partnerships. What you're proposing is more so of a private-public partnership. Okay. Put it on the record. Speak into the mic and put it on the record, Director Francis.
Yes, Senator. It proposes a public-private partnership.
And what is it being modeled after? What state are you modeling it after?
So included in the testimony, we're modeling this after an organization. There's an organization called Civitas that's been working with all HIEs across the U.S. for years. And they've been tracking why they fail, why they succeed. This organization helped articulate that really the HIEs are utilities. And if you're moving this kind of information and data, there needs to be neutrality in the governance of how it's done. And so they pushed forward the model. We're not making it up. We're following the national best practice model, as Dr. Akal said. It's where actually health data HIEs are striving to go who've been fledgling and struggling or failing. And so the USVI would have the opportunity to actually demonstrate that we started ahead and not behind if we were to start with the best practice model.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Francis. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Carla. Joseph, and you're saying the best practice model is to start with the HDU as opposed to the HIE?
Well, it's not. They're not exclusionary. It's
Okay.
the HDU would be managing the technology at the front, because again, all the data has shown when they look at why HIEs have failed in states, there's a lack of governance. And I'd ask if there's time for CEO Craig Bem to speak, because he's been able to see it from the technology provider side.
Okay. So when the HIE is in effect, are you saying that the HIE is sort of running on its own, on autopilot?
It's a technology platform, and every state has to determine how we want to use this technology platform. As Dr. Call said, you could say it's going to be limited to basic clinical data sharing. I just know when my patients are admitted or discharged. A health data utility is charged with looking at the different use cases nationally. How can this data be used? And then that board says, wow, we're facing chronic disease issues in the USVI, and we're prioritizing treatment of this case based on we're going to move this data in this direction.
But somebody
technology
manages that, though.
right.
Somebody manages that health information exchange.
Yes.
It's not just an entity that's just there. There is
Right. No, they're managing the
some-
contract. They're managing also the uses and how you prioritize those.
And this is, I mean, from what I have seen, just in my, as Senator Joseph said, of course, we research, the HIE is the foundational platform.
Technology. It's technology.
So
Yes.
the foundational technology platform.
Yes.
It's not necessarily what, and I'm thinking that everything arises out of that foundational platform. Everything like the HDU would rise from that foundational HIE platform.
Well, it's a tool that gives you all of this data, and then someone has to decide, what do we want to do with this data? Is it legal? Are we staying within the federal guidelines? Are we staying within VI guidelines? So there has to be a body. Otherwise, it becomes an unfunded mandate. If we say we can't do this, it does become an unfunded mandate for the Medicaid department.
Okay. Miss Commissioner, Assistant Commissioner Dorset.
Good afternoon, Tasha Phillips Dorset, Assistant Commissioner, DHS. So I like to look at things a little bit in reverse. So what is the outcome? If you look at the question is, how many diabetics do we have in the territory and what can we do to help them have better health outcomes? Then you need more data than just the 18,000 people that lives in the Medicaid program. You know, you need to bring in the government's health insurance, plan, which is Cigna, into this. That gives us more of a robust data set to look at. So that's the outcome. The HIE is just simply a tool. It's a widget. It doesn't matter what it is. It's a widget. It's an arbitrary thing. And that tool to get us the data that we need, right, has to be managed by something, an entity, a body that is made up of a collective of subject matter experts. And that's why the 12-member body is proposed, because it's experts across the field. So I hope that helps in the discussion.
Sure. It helps. My thought was that there is some person, even before they held the HDU, right? There is an entity that does what you just explained. States that may not have a HDU and may have the health information exchange, they have some entity that does this on some type of level, prior to the the expansion to the HDU.
So, if I may, Senator Potter, Gary Smith,
there.
Medicaid Director. So, the HDU, look at the HDU as Department of Human Services. If we were to decide that, okay, let's say that this legislation failed, and so it's now decided that the HIE has to be housed under the Department of Human Services. I'm gonna need to hire a data scientist or analyst, right? I'm gonna have to at least hire at minimum 4 to 5 persons to manage and administer this technology, this tool for Medicaid only, right? That's for Medicaid only. And so the HDU is the agency or the entity, nonprofit, private-public partnership, right? Removing the political influence, right? To ensure that this provides what it can do for the entire territory.
And
Okay.
if I may, you asked, well, wasn't there a body that got us here? OHIT has been doing that work. So the other option is to say, we want this to remain in a government agency. Again,
Right.
depending on how things go, when another administration is elected, it can be determined that OHIT only has a $400,000 budget. We'd still be coming back to this body because we're then going to need that $2 million there. It has to go somewhere. Right. And then there's no guarantee to these partners that it really puts the onus on central government. Someone had asked about whether or not I was concerned about there being 2 public members and it mostly being public entities. It would put the responsibility solely in the office of the governor, in the office of OHIT. That is an option, but that was not what was reflected from all participants. It really is to create neutrality and trust in
Sure.
a body that's equally governed.
Sure, I think we're on the same page with that. Senator Clifford A. Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the panel. Good afternoon to the testifiers as well. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. I know a little while ago the one panelist made it clear the difference between the HIE and the HDU. So my question is, if with some of the research that Ms. Francis done, if she ever heard of ALEC, which is ALEC, a conservative think tank that has a model for a private partnership. Because if we come in here to this body to keep worrying if this body gonna be able to find money, so I'm just thinking about if you start to think outside to make sure that the finance will be in place to continue with the whole HDU.
In terms of research, Senator, thank you for the question. As mentioned, the VI is a part of the Civitas Network for Health, again, because they represent HIEs across the United States, and they come up with best practice models, they provide support. They met with the entire proposed HDU board to give recommendations on the legislation based on what's been done with other states. We were given samples of legislation from other states through that body. So again, this was not made up in a vacuum here in the Virgin Islands, but was literally based on members who've been very generous from other states saying, Michelle, thank you for your questions on the call. We'll send you our legislation. We'll tell you how we did it here. So I have not specifically worked with the organization you mentioned, but Civitas is known and well recognized as the membership body, support body for health information exchanges and health data utilities.
No, because I'm just making sure that if you do start the entity want to make sure that it stayed financially sound. So if you're looking at a public-private partnership, then for sure, maybe you don't even have to be coming back to this body, or maybe coming to this body for a small amount versus some of the numbers that we're speaking about right now.
That would be the hope as this matures. Someone had asked about grants. There are grants from, I can now list some of the agencies, from the CDC, from HUD, from the VA, as someone mentioned, well, could the VA be involved, from ASPR.
1 minute.
May I continue, sir? So the hope is that when you have a stood-up body that actually has the staff to go after these grants, that takes more of the burden off the central government. That is the intent.
Okay, and the contract with CRISP, did it came via the RFP process?
The contract with CRISP was initiated through the office with a grant from the Office of the National Coordinator. They coordinate health IT across the U.S. And when they looked at our long trajectory and how long we had been at this as a federal agency, they said we'd fund a pilot project with CRISP Shared Services. They specifically provided the funding for CRISP Shared Services.
Time.
And we continued the work that was done in that pilot.
No, I just wanted to make sure that, I heard you clear and how you got to where you're at, but as a government, we normally use the RFP process. So I'm just saying that here it is, that contract is already going to be binded to come forward, and the process that we normally use, the same body that you want to come to for your finance, is not being used.
Director Smith might be able to speak a little more to this, but when we saw the benefits of what had come through CRISP Shared Services and the possibilities, in order to even put out the contract, we responded to CMS about our pilot and requested funding, specifically with a justification of why we wanted to continue with CRISP. Every 2 years it comes up and it will go out for contract, but there was permission given from CMS to continue the work started in the pilot.
Thanks for your response. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Clifford A. Joseph. Senator Marie C. James, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the public. And I actually don't know where to begin to ask my questions. Let me start by asking, in section 4 of the bill, it states that the Department of Human Services shall assign the contract that it has executed with CRISP. What is the CRISP Shared Services providing to us with regard to the health information exchange? I'm confused as to, are we seeing a duplication here? Or was there any coordination or collaboration with the pilot? What's the difference, or is there a difference?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. The pilot continued the work of first establishing what the feds asked us for, which was to demonstrate whether or not we could even achieve interoperable systems. And so the pilot started with CRISP Shared Services working with our FQHCs and our hospitals to see if that was viable and possible. One thing that I didn't put in the testimony but was included in the companion document is what CRISP infrastructure provides, which includes a master patient index and the integration engine. That's a critical component that does not exist anywhere with any contracts we have with any provider, because it takes the data from disparate systems and aggregates it into one place. We don't have the ability to do that. It provides a number of other things, but I wanted to point out those two.
Let me ask, would we have the ability to do that once the HDU is created?
Yes.
Would that be one of the goals of the HDU?
Yes, it's to be able to utilize and harness the full capabilities of the HIE technology. And it brings our data together. It allows the hospitals to see when the patients, it allows the FQHCs to see when their patients are admitted and discharged to the hospital as a start. That's just a basic out the gate start, as well as other use cases.
I see where you provided, and I can't find it, but I believe you provided sub-grants to different, I think I saw to Wang Louis Hospital, and am I correct that I saw that in all the documents here?
Yes, you saw that.
Okay, and so what did that, what was that money used for? And did it advance the HIE technology in these particular departments and agencies?
Yes, at their core, all of those grants are to enable connectivity to the HIE. They were used for different reasons depending on what the needs of the facilities were. So they are being subgranted based on whether it's to help pay for that license fee to connect or to get the proper infrastructure. CRISP Shared Services, if they've discovered that something's missing to enable safe connection, and that's been identified, we've been able to subgrant to fix those needs.
I have a question for Human Services, because I'm trying to understand, I don't think that we have a very good understanding of HIE and HDU from the questions that I'm hearing being asked here today, as well as my own deficiency in terms of understanding the difference between HDU and HIE, and I think for that reason we're not able to grasp the gravity of what you seem to be expressing here today, and your colleagues who are in support of. But one of the questions I have is because I'm hearing people saying it will move from HIE to HDU, but that's not the case. The HDU, as far as I understand, is what would be the entity that is administering or managing the HIE. Okay, so are there are not HDUs in all states, correct?
They're not currently, but that is what is being rapidly adopted. So there is a governance structure in every state.
Who is administering the HIEs in states that do not have a HDU?
It's a variety. Some are private, like was mentioned. Some states are so large that private docs come together and they say, we have this need, and they fund their own. Other states, it might be within Medicaid. It might be within the Department of Health. It's all kind of all over the map.
Mr. Chair, can I just follow up with one, maybe?
Yes, Senator, you may wrap up. Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you. I want to point out that in your legislation, one of my reservations with respect to it is that some of the definitions are not consistent. I'm just going to point this out. And when I see you offline, I'll point out the specific areas. But I just want to say that I have a number of questions regarding the use of definitions, such as I'll give you one example, section 1004 G, where it says this section does not, and it talks about the entity. I'm going to follow up with you because There's then the designated entity, and I don't know if that's the same as entity. And then there's one place where the participants may enter into agreements, and another place where it says shall. And participant is not as clear as I think it should be. So I'll follow up for me personally on some of the language that I think needs to be tightened up to make it a better piece of legislation. But we need to start with understanding the difference between the technology tool that you're talking about, which is the HIE, and then the HDU, which is the entity that is managing or administering the HIE. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Maurice James. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the testifiers. Michelle Francis, Executive Director, and Gary Smith, Director of the Medicaid Program. I know you have spent a lot of time working on this, and I think I can envision the day when it probably could be passed. I have some concerns. Why is not anyone from the health department here?
Dr. Ellis is here in St. Croix.
In St. Croix? Okay, so she was you were giving testimony on behalf of the commissioner or as an individual?
Can you repeat the question? The volume was...
Were you giving your testimony on behalf of the commissioner or you as an individual?
I am here, so Dr. Esther Ellis, territorial epidemiologist. I am here on behalf of the health commissioner to answer questions, but we did not submit a formal testimony.
Okay. So what is the Commissioner of Health's position on this matter? Do you know?
Yes, we are currently in the process of trying to be a part of the HIE. We do not have a contract right now yet. When we are able to be a part of the HIE, it will be essential for a lot of the data that we use for surveillance. So for example, for epidemiology, it will allow us to improve our disease surveillance and reporting. It allows us to get real-time data for outbreak management.
Okay, excuse me, I got to cut you off. Excuse me, I only have a few minutes.
Surveillance
Hello.
and have better data accuracy and completeness.
Yes, I know about the data, but here's my concern. You know, this 36th legislature is organized where there's a committee on health, hospitals, and human services, and I sit as the chair. I was not privy to this. I know Michelle and you and I, Gary, we've had some conferences, some discussions, and I was of the opinion that I was going to have an opportunity to provide input before this came to this body. Because, as the bill presented here, right now, the Commissioner of Health is who has the legal authority to collect the public health data. That is the Commissioner of Health's legal responsibility. The Commissioner of Health also has the authority to regulate, to provide regulation and oversight of the labs, the pharmacy, EMS, the hospitals, clinics. That is the Commissioner of Health responsibility. Also, the Commissioner of Health has the public health reporting mandate. That is the authority of the Commissioner of Health. That's why it's so important that I know exactly what the Commissioner of Health responsibility is. If the Centers for Disease Controls needs to contact someone about a public health matter, they're going to contact the Commissioner of Health. And if I was the Commissioner of Health and you're controlling my data, I would have a problem with it. So I do support this, but I don't support this in this manner. I think basically today it was a meeting of the Commissioner of the Committee on Health, Hospitals, and Human Services. This is a full committee of the whole, and so it was vetted in this. But this bill here, I think, needs to go to the Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance, because there's no way in the world I'm going to put another $900,000 on emergency bills of the people of all Virgin Islands. I can't support that. In addition to that, Mr. Chair, if I can just wrap up one more minute.
You may wrap up.
Yes. The concern of reducing the disease burdens is very valid, and I do support this, but I cannot in this manner support this. So basically what I'm saying is that the financial part of this bill is not worked out. We're creating a completely new public body that is now in charge of all the data, all the health data. And that is a concern, being that we have a Commissioner of Health who is the health czar. Anything that happens in this territory, the Commissioner of Health takes charge of the hospitals, all the clinics. That person is in charge. So those are my comments. I support the bill, but I think it needs to go for further vetting to the Committee of Budget Appropriations and Finance. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Senator Marvin A. Blyden, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
One thing to that?
Sure, Dr. Ellis, you go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to add that the Commissioner of Health, Commissioner Encarnacion, is on the board as well for the HIE, and she holds the position of secretary on the board.
Thank you for that. So the commissioner is on the board.
Yes.
Thank you. Senator Marvin A. Blyden, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, and thank you for your testimonies. It is clear that we do need this bill to pass, but in its current form, it needs some adjustment and amendment, which is fine. That's why we're here, to vet the process. Based on the data, it basically states that the benefits of this bill and what it will do in terms of the HIE, it will streamline communication. And we're talking about in terms of patient privacy and preservation of record, etc. So it does a lot, right? But let me ask in respect to some question that I have, because in terms of what my colleague spoke to with the surcharge funds, right? And my question is, how will the HDU ensure that the use of the surcharge fund maintains consistency with the statutory intent and does not inadvertently reduce resources for the police, EMS, or the crisis intervention program? Can you just speak to that briefly, please?
Yes, provided in the legislation is the ability to, again, work with this body to, one, ensure that we identify the appropriate funding. I do want to mention in my capacity as executive director of OHIT, as well as meeting with the providers, we did explore options with lottery, the EDA for funding. We didn't immediately come to the Emergency Services Fund. So to this body, I would agree that yes, there's hard work on funding it to be done. But I want to mention again, if it's not in a neutral board, it's going to, that same funding is going to have to come to a government agency.
Okay, very well, very well. Let me ask you then, in terms of the EDU, how will the EDU independence be balanced with a need for alignment with DOH, DHS, OHIT, and the legislature to ensure Medicaid, public health, and emergency preparedness priorities are met?
Thank you for that. So again, because of this board that includes all of those that you just mentioned, that's the group that determines the priorities and keeps things like emergencies and the use, how we use this data. They are the ones that vote on the priorities of how the data is shared and used and for what use cases.
Okay, since we're talking about data and data security, right? Let's talk about that, cybersecurity capacity. So in terms of OHITs, in terms of frequently described issues.
1 minute.
What, in terms of firewall reviews or disaster recovery testing, will be done to assure that the data is secured and will not be tampered with in any way, shape, or form.
Instead of speaking in generalities, I'd like to pass this question to Craig Bem, who can speak to the specific certifications, security certifications.
Please. To include cyber security also, to include that. Please proceed.
Yes, thank you for that question. Craig Bem, CEO of CRISP Shared Services. So we use best practices across all of health IT. We have a high trust certification, which is the landmark in the space. We also do have our security officer who is recognized in the space and does a magnificent job monitoring. We do regular penetration testing, auditing, all of the things you expect a company to do. And then also any contract that the HDU would execute can and should have controls, audit procedures, and requirements on all of its vendors, including CRISP Shared Services.
Okay, very well. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. I want to follow up with a question. In the event there is a breach of security and health information, is accessed inappropriately by some entity, who's liable? Is the Virgin Islands government liable? Is the board liable? Are the individual members on the board? How does that work, or have you thought that through?
Yes, and again, I will have Craig Bem speak specifically to how they've handled any issues. You have a two-part question. So if someone were to inappropriately access records, the good thing of this system is that every keystroke is recorded and you can pull an audit and a log at any time. So then you could see by provider, date, time, when they were accessing information, and the provider is liable by federal law and then by whatever local laws we have in place. Additionally, Craig Bem can walk through what would happen if an HIE is breached. Here, in terms of the electronic medical record systems being breached, the site that is breached is immediately shut down from sharing any more information to the exchange to preserve the exchange. But I'd ask if he could speak on the higher level to what happens if an HIE is breached.
Thank you for that, Craig Bem, CEO of CRISP Shared Services. I would mostly echo Executive Director Francis. There are very robust federal laws and regulations that describe what happens in the event of various types of data breaches or disclosures of different types. Typically, and this would be the contract I would expect to continue, whoever is at fault essentially is the group.
He's frozen. You were frozen for a couple of seconds, so maybe you should repeat the last 30 seconds of what you said.
Oh, certainly. I'm sorry for that. Contract rule, HIPAA, federal laws would describe who's at fault for what types of breaches or disclosures. And then also, typically, our contract would hold us liable if anything was our fault. We also do audit and monitor users. So if a user is inappropriately accessing the system, we can report that to the privacy officers and appropriate folks to take action for the individuals.
Okay. Thank you very much for your response. Senator Avery Lewis, Mr. Secretary, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Again, good afternoon. Police, testifiers. You know, at times I listen to a lot of the comments and things showing around here, but I just have to put this out there. If there's a problem with the bill, that's our job to fix it, to make it work for the people of the Virgin Islands. You did your due diligence, you came here today. It's our time for us to partner together now and work together. So, Ms. Francis, this is missing. How could we make amendments to make this right? That's still good for you. The rollout of the HDU, and for the people of the Virgin Islands. When you walk around here, people proud to take out the phone. Hey, I went to Cleveland, I went to Mayo. They have the app, they have everything on the phone. But we must be operating as a third world country, they like to say. No. However, I could help you to make this work, to propel our healthcare system forward. I'm going to try my best. I'm going to win all the fight, but I'm going to be in them. Thank you for hiring two lovely young ladies. See them back there? Camille, raise your hand, man, so the people can see you. Ms. Challenger, raise your hand. Homies again. But getting back to the subject here today. CMS has formally approved this governance structure.
Approved which structure?
What are we trying to do here today? Has it been rolled out to CMS?
Yes, and I'll let Director Smith speak to this in a second. CMS has not only approved this structure, they're pushing it, and states are going to be more and more dinged, or they're going to pay consequences for not appropriately sharing and safeguarding data. So there's also a consequence for us not moving forward, and I'll let Director Smith speak to that.
Yes, Gary Smith, Medicaid Director. So, any change in the structure and funding, CMS will have to receive, review, and approve. And, to Director Francis's point, CMS wants to see us succeed. They want to see all the territories succeed. So they're engaged, and we continue to engage with them on a regular basis.
All right, since you're speaking, Mr. Director Smith, does the reassignment of the CRISP contract create federal procurement issues?
No, but again, that will have to be something that we'll have to approach CMS with, and they'll have to review and approve that.
Good. Director Francis, in your testimony, you broke down, you talked about layman terms, but you went a different direction than how I would go. Let me ask you this. I go to Red Oak Family Center. I have something done there, ingrown toenail. Later the night, I'm a heap of pain, I have to go to the emergency room. How is that communication done with what I did earlier today to St. Thomas Snyder Regional Hospital?
Thank you, Senator. In a fully functioning, stood-up environment where all participators are providing, you would have had your toe issue. It would be logged into their electronic medical record system, but you exist. Your record follows you instead of you having to drag your record with you. So then when you show up...
I understand that. In absence of the doctor printing a whole set of things to put anything on a disc or a drum drive and sending me home, when I get to the ER, then I say, well, earlier today I had a procedure done and
they pull your name up and you show up in the master patient index that the Health Information Exchange creates, and they can see notes from your doctor, labs, medications. So when you forget, they're like, well, aren't you on this as well? And all you have to do is say, oh yes, I forgot because my toe is hurting.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just let me wrap up this thought process. I just want the public to understand where I'm going with this, right? And what we're trying to achieve here today. Because a lot of times we see people going through the airports, they have all these files and things. Some get wet, some get forgotten in the airport. Sometimes you just don't have the wherewithal. But if from doctor to doctor to the medical facility to the medical facility, I leave from here, go to Cleveland Clinic. How is that my records transposed to them?
You show up in the National Patient Index because that's what the HIE facilitates. So again, Cleveland Clinic pulls you up and it pulls your records from where. If you went to Puerto Rico on your way there, it'll pull in your Puerto Rico record if they're participating. It'll pull all your records here. So it relieves you of the burden of trying to be a doctor and a patient at the same time.
And lastly, if I don't want the system to transmit my information, I have that right to opt out?
Absolutely. You sign a paper that says, I choose to opt out. I don't want my information shared.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Avery Lewis. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your point of information.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Director Smith, so you said the CMS has approved of this plan as is?
So Gary Smith, Medicaid Director, are you speaking to the legislation or you're speaking to?
No, this bill draft, you're saying that they.
So, excuse me, CMS will not engage in our local, legislation. However, they do have guidelines that need to be met, i.e. we're going to have to, and this is something that is currently in the works. I think, I can't remember exactly where it is, but an MOU is being worked on between OHIT and DHS as far as transfer of contracts, transfer of funding, the responsibilities of both the Office of OHIT, but then it will be the Health Data Utility in agreement or that MOU between HDU and the Department of Human Services.
Okay, so the answer is no or yes? Short answer. You don't know?
CMS does not engage in legislation.
Thank you, because I don't want to make this too long. So, Ms. Francis, while we said we approve it, would CMS or any other federal official object if the legislature was to amend this and change how this nonprofit is located and maybe put it into the Department of Health or some other agency, maybe under the Office of the Governor? Would you say that would make it be disapproved by the feds?
No, actually, the feds are pushing this best practice of health data utilities. They want it to come out of being in one agency and the burden of one agency, because it reduces their contribution as just one federal agency.
So the feds won't mind if it's in the Department of Health or under the Office of the Governor?
They could make choices about funding in that regard.
Okay, but you don't know.
But they won't, as he said, they won't weigh in on the legislation, but when we apply for funding, we'll have to describe where it's
I just
housed.
want to clarify that the feds aren't really concerned about where the legislature decides to locate it. We agree this is important. It's just that we don't agree yet on certain things, mainly the funding. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
And may I make a point of information?
Yes, you may.
I just want to point everyone to page 7, because I put a little graph in, because these are when you say HDU, just even remembering that that's Health Data Utility and HIE, it very, very succinctly lays out that the HIE is the technology platform or the vehicle for transporting health data, that the Health Data Utility provides the navigation. It's like the navigation system of the car. And then the users of Health Data Utility are providers in the system, and our patients are those that get the benefit from the car. So the board really provides the navigation for the technology. You can.
What page did you
Page
say?
7. Page 7.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Richards?
Hi, Tess Richards, Medical Director and Executive Director at St. Thomas East End Medical Center. I know sometimes people can understand things better with kind of a visual, and we keep talking about HDU versus HIE. So what I would say is cart and horse. We're talking about, do the HIE and then do the HDU. That would be kind of putting the cart before the horse. The cart being the HIE, the tool that we can fill up and take all of our goods from one place to the other, and the horse being that HDU that's guiding and navigating and taking it where it needs to go. So if you just think of it that way, that might kind of put some light onto the difference between the HDU and the HIE.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. I mean, I know that most of these entities seemingly moved with the HIE before the HDU, and I think that is what sort of alerted us in this body. But you're saying that, I guess, the new best practice may be moving towards having this HDU first as this administrative entity that's going to steer the exchange?
Yes, if I may, using that analogy, when the high-tech funds were awarded, it was kind of the wild, wild west. That's what you'll hear from any healthcare system and all states. There was all this money, and so it was a grab of money to do things. what has been discovered is that the cart was put in many respects and times before the horse. So now we had this big engine, and we had no navigation, we had no horse to direct where it went. So they failed in many states. So initially it was like, okay, we can do these things, but then to get the full use of it, they started to fall apart.
Thank you for that.
Yeah,
Dr. Smith?
Yeah, Gary Smith, Medicaid Director. I just wanted to clarify Senator Fonseca's question regarding the funding, right? We definitely, this is forward-looking, innovative legislation in terms of standing up the HDU, and we definitely support the modernization of our health information infrastructure. CMS has guidelines and requirements, and as I stated before, the vehicle that will drive and steer what's in the legislation is an MOU, which would have to be approved by CMS. Also, any funding documents in the future, outlining the changes, i.e. the shift to the HDU, will have to be reviewed and approved by CMS. So CMS, again, is in support. We've met with them several times regarding this particular legislation, and also the concept about the HDU. As initially it started with funding from CMS, but now because the other agencies are being considered and brought in, thereby the cost allocation plan.
Thank you. Senator Novel Francis, you recognize for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Director Francis, in respect to Section 4 of the legislation, how long is the term of professional contract with CRISP, Shared Services, Inc.?
It's a 2-year contract, so the board will get, if the board is stood up, it gets to create the RFP to determine the performance of the HIE, to determine if they put it back for bid. So it's a 2-year contract.
So you think it's prudent for us to be very specific in terms of the selection in this Section 4? We leave this a little bit general and broad rather than being specific, because this legislation exists, right? It lives beyond until such time as it's amended. This seems to preposition them to always be considered moving forward. Once we create legislation, it becomes law.
Can you tell me what page you're on? I just want to.
I'm on page 15, Section 4.
The intent of that was just to guide the current contract, because the rest of this bill states that it's the responsibility of the board to allow the contracting process, to allow for review. So we're currently in that contract. So that just gives a mechanism of how we could manage that. As Director Smith stated, we also have to still then make sure that CMS approves that an MOU could guide that, or whatever they would recommend would guide that.
So obviously CMS will again be guided by our law, and this law seems to then create a specific that in fact under Section 4 that this is the entity that should be considered. I'm just asking whether or not that should remain somewhat broad or nebulous, so that we don't allow for a specific selection based on law, creation there.
Yep. We will review that again. We're open to an amendment to just say the HIE technology provider.
Right. Yes. Yeah. That's my consideration. I mean, we'll ask our legal counsel to weigh in on it as well. But just from observation, I think that we're prepositioning this to continue outside of the 2-year contract agreement. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Novelli Francis. We are winding down. I wanted to really say that I am not comfortable allowing this legislation to simply die a slow death. I think too much is at stake. I understand and I believe that it really could be a positive game changer here in the territory in terms of how we share medical information. It brings us to the modern era. When you come to, I mean, the good thing about this meeting today, no votes are taken in the committee of the whole. It's an opportunity for us to vet, look it up and down, tear it apart, poke holes here and there to try to ultimately improve the bill. And I am hopeful that this really was an opportunity for us to do just that. So I don't want you to be discouraged, because everybody didn't just give you a standing ovation for this thing, I think it is something that has to happen. Its time has come in our territory with some tweaking here and there. I think that the concerns of my colleagues can be allayed. I'm speaking for myself, of course. So I just wanted to put that out there. It really gave us an opportunity to examine the bill, look at areas where we can fix, we can improve. I think I had a question, meaning the bill prohibits participant fees until a CMS compliant sustainability plan is approved. What is the projected timeline for this plan? And what cost burden could eventually fall on small private practices, community clinics, or FQHCs who are mandated to participate?
So, Gary Smith, Medicaid Director, regarding the plan, that plan is the advanced planning document. That's the document that we submit to CMS to request funds for technology projects. They have up to 60 days to review and approve those. And, over the past couple of years, they're averaging less than 30 days in review and approving those once all of the necessary information is provided to them. Sometimes they do have questions, but just to also share with the group, there has been a somewhat of a shakeup for who represents and works with the territory as far as the state officer. The state officer is our go-to person when we want to have technology projects funded, and they moved one and brought another one, and she's really keeping us on point. But yeah, that's what that plan is, Senator, and that is some conversations that we will continue to have with the Office of Health Information Technology, because we're about to submit an updated advanced planning document for all things health information exchange, which will also include funding to support a project management office, which assisted in that process as well.
You mentioned, thank you for your response, Director Smith. You mentioned earlier we spoke about the PPO, VI EquiCare, and we sort of alluded to the major private insurer for government employees. How engaged have you engaged them in any conversations regarding this bill and what you are endeavoring to do, and their, to get their insights or their thoughts on things, their willingness to provide monetary support? How engaged has VI EquiCare, the PPO, and I guess Cigna, the major insurer, how engaged have they been in this whole process?
Gary Smith, Medicaid Director. So, as you all are aware, Ms. Beverly Joseph is the head of the GSC board, and she is my Director of Operations in the Medicaid program. And she has been participating, but I'll defer to Director Francis to add some more.
Okay. As mentioned, we've done broad engagement. The first and the focus with very limited staff of our efforts has really been with the providers, because this is who this impacts, as well as the patients. For private industries, we do want and need to meet with them. They are governed by information blocking rules. So not participating lives in that realm, or the reason to participate. And so that's a larger, broader discussion. Again, as well, because of the importance of serving the public benefit. So private entities under patient information blocking are required. There's a requirement federally to share data, but it's more nuanced than that, and we can discuss that. I did want to mention there's been thoughts of whether this could live wherever it could live. And again, the cost will just transfer to wherever it goes. The need to transfer contracts if it moved out of DHS, and the burden of an unfunded mandate if it's not put to a board. I just want to mention that still remains. That's still a puzzle to be solved. And everyone that was mentioned here today, all of the 12 board members have been engaged in meetings over the last 3 years. So this isn't done in a vacuum. Everyone reviewed the legislation prior, and a long time prior, and discussed the highs and lows very robustly. So this included Department of Human Services, Department of Health, FQHCs, the hospitals, BIT. Everyone's voice has been represented in terms of core agencies that would contribute.
In terms of HDUs and best practice as far as its makeup, is it more typically a public-private partnership entity or no?
The best practice, I'm going to refer you to page, let's see if I can get there quickly, to page 14 of key characteristics of a health data utility as defined by the Civitas network. So you see that we're not making this up, but yes, a key component of health data utilities nationally is the public-private cooperation and collaboration.
Yeah. I am definitely more inclined to support something like that as opposed to it just being another government office. House it somewhere in some government space where the government is really ultimately in charge and control. Having a broader involvement from private sector, a true partnership. I was skeptical because you had 12 to 2. I would probably be inclined to have an even greater participation from the private sector. But, that's just my 2 cents. Senator Carla Joseph, before we wrap up.
Yes, I just have one burning question, Mr. Chairman. I looked at the bill, and on page 14 at the bottom, section 2B, it says no later than 90 days after the enactment of this act, all payers, and you have payers as defined as a person who makes payment for healthcare services, including but not limited to an insurance, self-insured employer, government program, or other purchaser that makes such payment, shall enter into an agreement with the Virgin Islands Health Data Utility to participate in and establish bi-directional connectivity with the Virgin Islands Health Information Exchange. The executed participation agreement is evidence of and establishes the participation of the signatories. So that means I would have to do that. I would have to execute this type of agreement with you, every person, correct? And if you don't, what would be the consequence? You could opt out. I read that, but what limitations would I have if I chose not to execute this agreement with the Virgin Islands Health Data Utility, the HDU?
Thank you for your question, Senator. So again, it's not that language. One, we've already proposed amendment to make it a phased approach to ensure that small providers don't feel a burden. But two, the participation agreement is not on the burden. It's not the burden of the entity to come up with it. It's an agreement that's shared with them to sign, and that just starts and lays the foundation for how data is shared, how it's protected. Individuals can choose not to participate. Again, the reason for providers participating is because if we're trying to solve the problem of having the entire patient record follow them, the more providers we have, the greater the picture of the patient is.
So is it fair to say that you really want the providers to participate in the health exchange and the HDU rather than the patients?
It's the onus is on the providers. They're the ones that have to. But in their practices, a patient could say, I, as your patient, don't want my data shared.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Novalee Francis, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just one quick alibi. Director Francis, in respect to readiness, is the hospitals, both of them, JFL, Royal Leicester Snyder Hospital, as well as the FQHCs, is there anything that they need required to do at this point to be in compliance or to be able to provide the necessary data?
So the good thing about CRISP Shared Services as the HIE, the technology provider, is that they do assessments on readiness in collaboration with us in the VI. So with the breaches, it's determined that the hospitals were not ready, but Schneider is now in the test phase because they were given their letter of clearance. So with every provider that is brought on, both on the technology side and with, if the board is stood up, there are best practice guidelines on what constitutes readiness, but every entity is assessed for their readiness to connect. That means, do you have the updated even equipment that reduces cybersecurity threats? When we've determined that there was equipment needed, like at STEAM CC, grants from OHIT have gone to help subsidize them getting their equipment upgraded so they can safely connect.
So based on the need for, I guess, software, hardware upgrades, you still have some work to do within that framework?
Yes, like I mentioned, Schneider is well positioned. They're just testing all those connections right now, and so it's not live. JFL, we're just waiting for a few more things in their recovery.
What about the FQHCs as well?
The FQHCs were cleared, and I have to give props to Director Webster, CEO Webster, and Dr. Tess, because our FQHCs are the little engine that could, including in this endeavor. And every little hurdle we've said, we need your little team -1 to now demonstrate X. They've gone above and beyond, and they're waiting and ready.
Thank you. Thank you for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Novalee Francis. Colleagues, I think we've reached the end. I'm going to thank you for your full participation, your full engagement. I'm going to ask our testifiers to give us a 30-second wrap-up before we adjourn this meeting.
Start with you. Yeah, Gary Smith, Medicaid Director. I just, stand in support as the Medicaid Director and also Human Services in this legislation, and ready to sit down and have the conversations to amend however it needs to be amended, from the senator's perspective, and just know that Medicaid is fully on board.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Tasha Phillips Dorset, Assistant Commissioner, DHS. I'm one of the testifiers that have had the benefit of working at the Department of Health, at the Office of the Governor, and at DHS. And I remember the days in 2008 when Department of Health only had $1 million given to them by the Office of National Coordinator to start a health information exchange. That was back in 2008. They gave them one shot, $1 million. All they could do with $1 million was to survey all of the technology platforms in the territory, including the ERP, to see if this is something that we would be able to bring forth. So to see practically in 2008 to how far we have come now in 2026, I'm fully in support of this measure and this project. The time is now. So I urge senators to consider this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner Phillips Dorset.
Thank
Director
you.
Francis.
Thank you, Michelle Francis, Office of Health Information Technology. I thank you for the robust conversation we've had today. I agree that it's needed. We've followed the steps that we thought to bring it to the committee that could give deep and detailed feedback. Assistant Commissioner Tasha Phillips Dorset can tell you, so can Gary Smith. This becomes personal because we do care, and the time is now, because we all know people who struggle not only in, oh, it's a burden to transfer my medical records, but when care is delayed and lives are lost, then it really hits home. And everyone at this table and in St. Croix feels that burden because we've been involved in looking for a solution. So we urge this body to join us with the urgency of finding the right solution.
Thank you very much, Director Francis. Dr. Tess.
Good afternoon. Dr. Tess Richards, Executive Director, Medical Director at St. Thomas East End Medical Center. I, too, completely appreciate this conversation today. The questions were great. The insight was great. And I look forward to us fine-tuning this. We need this HDU. We need an HDU that's not stuck in a government office. We need an HDU with subject matter experts who are in this fight every day. Her passion is because every day we see this. Every day. Oh, I don't know what's going on. I don't have my labs, et cetera, et cetera. We can't do that. We can't. We have to do this. This is important for us, for our sanity, and for our patients' safety and the safety of this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Richards.
Yes,
Dr. Akal.
Sylvia Akal, Red Oak Family Practice. I cleared my patient panel today because I felt that this was important. I like the half day, but this was important, and I think it was urgent, and I think timing was important. So I felt that we needed to be here, and the conversation has been interesting. I realize that there's a lot of misconception about HIE, and I've learned stuff today that I honestly you've clarified for me, which has makes me feel even more sure that this is something we need to do. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Doc. I almost said Dr. Carty, CEO Carty.
And thank you so much, Senator, to the esteemed members. I join, unlike Tasha, I think I'm the new kid on the block. Joining this particular group has been really enriching. And I think it's a professional and a powerful call for us all. If not us, who? And if not now, when? So it's really important for us to take hold of our responsibility and our accountability to move in healthcare forward at this particular time. And I look forward to a more robust discussion and for us to focus on solutions.
Thank you very much, CEO Darlene A. Batiste. Did we cover everybody? Dr. Ellis, you?
She left.
Oh, she left. Okay.
And Craig Bem.
Anybody else online wanted to?
And CEO Craig Bem was online.
CEO Craig
And
Bem.
Mr. Schuster was from AARP.
Maybe I'll just say thank you so much, Craig Bem, CEO of CRISP Shared Services. Congratulations for having this detailed discussion. This is critical as we think about the appropriate way to make sure patient health records go where they need to go so you can provide the best care for all of your people. And I'm really honored that I could be part of it. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your input and participation. State Director Schuster.
Yes, thank you, Senators. Thank you so much for this very robust conversation. I look forward to the continued work on this measure, and and amendments that will come as a result. And again, at ARP, we believe that the HDU is very important for the people of the Virgin Islands. So I'm sure that it will happen in the proximate future. Thanks again.
Thank you very much, State Director Schuster. Colleagues, the Committee of the Whole meeting of Monday, February 23rd, 2026. Well, before I say that and pound the gavel, I just wanted to put on record that we will continue to work with you to fine-tune and perfect this piece of legislation, which is very important for this territory. Okay? So that being said, the Committee of the Whole meeting of Monday, February 23rd, 2026 is hereby adjourned.